swing. Maybe the swing is broken. So that's what I put together here. So the swing is a little, a little broken. And of course, we got a really cool tree. Now, I did have another tree started here, but it felt a little busy. So I was trying to create a bit of a park, right? So you could kind of see an old pathway that wandered its way through here. This is a garbage can, not your workstation. Get off of there. So we have a garbage can, we have a bench. I do feel like the bench could use maybe just like a little bit more weathering, if you will. But yeah, you can kind of see this is extremely textured ground. I had a ton of fun putting this together with all the, well, I was going to say color, but more of like the grayish tones to make it look a little dead, right? So there's a lot of layering, a lot of detail applied to the ground. And then you do have these little patches of green. So it leads you to think maybe there was some kind of toxic spill. Who knows what happened to make this area a... You guys really teasing me, aren't you? So we have a little bit of a power line coming across here to our power poles. I feel like maybe this needs to come down one block, but we'll see how that transpires. Now, this is a little bit of maybe some garbage, some kind of sludge, something along those lines to make this just feel abandoned. Things are spilled, things are broken, things are falling apart in the area. Like the gas, right? This gas is kind of pouring here. Now, I'm not 100% in love with the way this looks yet. This is a work in progress, still figuring out how that's going to transpire, because I want this to be leaking gas. Just trying to find the right way of putting it together. So yeah, this is the first start. So this is zone A, and zone B back here, well, we haven't quite got there yet. Things will come, don't worry. So in this area, we're going to build buildings. So these are going to be big buildings pointing to the sky across here. And let's actually take to the sky a bit and see what this all looks like. Oh, come on now. Doesn't that look amazing? Oh, I love it. It definitely just screams gas station. I mean, it does have a sign that says gas, but I mean, the overall design here with the awning, the pumps and stuff along those lines, I think really come together nicely. So as I said, these over here, I want to give you a little impression of just the scale and what they'll look like in their blocky form. So give me a minute. I want to reassure you that this is not a clown exhibit in any way, shape, or form. This is just to represent the scale and the size of the buildings that I do want to build in here. And these will mostly be a facade, right? The exhibit is to give the zombies a feeling of being in their natural habitat. And I think that looks really cool. So we have that design over here, but oh, why are you all here? Get out of here. You're scaring me to death. Anyway, so you kind of get the idea here. So we have these buildings. We'll build the same on this side. And I think this will look so cool and really give this exhibit a very special feeling. Now, you might have noticed that it really like cuts off right here. And that's because eventually we're going to build up the exhibit wall and the glass. So our viewers that come here to view the zombies can look in. We'll probably have a little spot over there where you can look down into the exhibit, and maybe a spot where you can even look up into the zombie exhibit. I think it will look really cool. And especially once those buildings are installed. I hope you've liked the build. Now I've got something else for you here, and that is over 5 hours of footage condensed down of Skiz, Cub, and I trying to exile Joe. Joe has got a literal bed factory. He's making beds left and right. He's got stasis chambers on stasis chambers, and we have just been running around like chickens with our head cut off trying to exile him. It has been completely embarrassing on the Popo's part. Don't tell anybody I said that, but we just sit up here, we spy. It's been quite something. So I condense all of these hours down into something hopefully watchable. Wait, incoming.
Look up, look. Yep.
That's
yep.
Joseph Hills. Full assault,
Go.
frontal.
Go. Full frontal.
What? Oh, full front like attack.
Yeah.
Dude, he's got the Ender Pearl again. He's gonna be real cheeky in a minute. He's gonna be real cheeky. He's going for the foxes.
No, don't hurt the fight. Out of here. No!
Jenna, we got him. He logged out here. I'm trying to think what we could do. Unless he threw an Ender Pearl and logged out. Nope.
He's here.
Get him!
Oh, dang it! Oh. What?
No, he's outside. I told you, he did that Ender Pearl thing. I'm on him. I'm on him right now, guys. All my shots are going right through him. Okay, I think I made contact. We made contact. Let's go.
Yeah, good shot, dude. I think he smashed into the wall after you hit him, dude. Good job. Dude.
Got him. Let's do it. All right, chest bump. Chest bump. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
And he just left the game.
Got him. Now the question is,
You got him.
Yeah, but he threw an ender pearl. He threw an ender pearl, so he's gonna appear back here.
Yeah, experience kinetic energy wall. So he probably crashed into the ground.
Oh, gotcha.
So he might be back at his base, maybe? Gotta go and investigate. Good shot, though. That was a nice shot in the sky.
That's 2 in a row. I gotta get the man, you know? Whoa, Cub. I just saw a name tag. Now you're exiled. Nope, not that time. One more time. One more time. There we go.
So, inside of this room, it's gonna be perfect. I got the best thing for you. So, hold on. Just want to let you guys know. Sabotage!
I mean, I'm not gonna. It's good effort. I like what you did here. You know what?
You're supposed to fall in, Scar. Come on,
what,
dude.
Jeff, I'm gonna give you a totem of undying for the effort here. I'm gonna leave it on this item frame. That's for you for the effort. I love what you did here. It's just I'm used to the traps. Poor Skiz. Oh my god.
You're supposed to walk onto the trap, Scar.
I know, but I saw it moving down, so I walked backwards. Have a good time, Jeff. Bye.
Hey, buddy.
Dude, it started going down, and I was like this.
Dude, the way he just said sabotage, that was just so funny to me, dude.
Cub. What's going on, Cub? What's going on?
I think Joe took your breeze, man. He took your breeze. He said he needed it for a contraption, a pearl contraption that can teleport him anytime with the ender pearl.
That took me 3.5 hours to get to my base. You know the struggles. The struggles, Cub. The struggles that took to get that thing.
I know.
Oh.
So we got to go and hunt him. I think he went this way, west, out into the open ocean. He might have gone north or south a bit, because you continued west, right? That's just more.
Yeah,
open.
I'm. Yeah, if you go all the way west, you get to the place with the mud. Here, meet me up on this big mountain.
I think maybe he went into the mangrove. Maybe.
Dude, what the heck? I froze it. Oh my god! I feel the breeze. I feel the breeze.
Where? Oh, I see him.
Joseph H. Hills, you are sentenced to exile. Avenge my breeze. He's got a pearl. So keep a wide.
Okay.
Yeah, keep a wide look.
Where'd he go?
He launched the pearl,
there.
so he's
Okay.
gonna. I see where the pearl landed. I'm gonna stay a little up. Yeah, he's behind us.
Yeah.
He's behind us.
Yep.
Go back. The pearl's sunk. He's doing your ender golf, basically.
He is. He's very fast through the water. I'm underwater.
I got you. Wait, no. That's him. That's a red elytra. I'm on him right now.
Yeah. Let's see.
I made contact.
Okay. Good deal.
But I lost him again with the ender pearl.
Like just follow behind him.
I mean, eventually he's gonna have to run out of stuff, right?
He's gonna run out of stuff. Yeah.
I made contact with the sword, but I don't know where he went. Oh, he ender pearled again.
He's going through a portal. He's in the nether. In the nether. I found. Yeah. Go to the nether.
Oh, yeah.
He went to the nether. Oh, he left.
Jeez.
He can't have gotten far.
Dude. Dude, I can't believe he logged out like that. Every time we get close to him, he bails. Okay, I'm in the shopping district.
He's at the shopping district. He's coming toward Suma's copper shop.
Copper shop. Okay, I'm really close. I see the copper. I see him. Oh my gosh.
Hit him twice.
Oh, is that you? Nice shot.
No, that wasn't me. That was me. You.
Oh my god. It's really hard to hit the hitbox when flying.
Hit him. He went down.
Just keep gliding.
I hit him. His totem popped.
Nice. Contact. He's hit. Hit him again.
Keep firing.
Where's that going? He's down a tunnel. He's going towards Walter's base in a tunnel. I have no idea this existed.
Yep.
Got him. Got him.
Got him? Okay.
Dude,
All right.
I got him.
Is
Oh
he
my
exiled?
God.
Is he exiled?
I have no idea. He's just dead. It's my mom's
job.
birthday.
Good job.
I gotta get going.
Ooh.
I haven't wrapped the presents yet. The Popo put their best effort in, but every time we killed him, he had a backup on a backup plan. So we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board to find a way to exile Joe H. Hills. Until then, look at this. We've got a zombie enclosure, and I'm so excited about this. The gas station, the par. Now, of course, in our next episode, we are going to finish this off by building up the buildings on the right and left side, and of course, creating the surrounding walls, and of course, way for our guests to come and view the zombies. So that's going to be really, really fun. Now, we're also going to have to get the zombies, and I've got a really great trick for keeping them alive during the day. So that is going to be amazing. So until next time, this has been Good Times with Scar, and I always really appreciate you guys taking time to watch the videos. And if you believe the video deserved rating, that would be much appreciated. And until next time, we'll see you later. And don't forget to subscribe, because you may just become scarred for life.
you know, I'm all for Kyoto trying to find ways to profit greater off of tourists, right? They clearly need it, but that's not the way to do it. Scamming people out of money. Wow. Hello and welcome to the Abroad Japan podcast. Probably the best way of learning about life in Japan without actually being in Japan. Although I am, and I'm Chris Brawl, and here is Mr. Pete Dawson. Pete, how the devil are you doing? What's going on?
I'm good, Chris. I am up nice and early in the beautiful spring sunshine here in sort of Essex, and yeah, feeling good. I'm excited to get started on another chunky.
And your voice has come back from the last episode when you're in a
Yes.
raspy voice.
It sort of starts quite slowly and then sort of ramps up. Chris caught me doing a voiceover for the Discovery Channel because I got one of them wrong, and it was. I don't want to get into it. The Deadliest Catch is actually
Deadliest Catch.
There's definitely. It's actually quite emotional. Actually, I think that when there's more emotional episodes of Deadliest Catch, my sort of slightly rough voice does sound a bit more solemn. Tragedy on deck when a deckhand loses his life. What this guy just going to get on to the next.
So you do the ads before Deadliest. I thought Deadliest Catch was about like. Well, I can't even say what I thought it was about because it's going to get demonetized. I didn't know it was about fish.
Right. No.
But you're catching some other sort of predator.
This is a selection of some of the links I did for 28th of March. 2025. From 11 to 9 p.m. D-Max, Jack and Andrew encounter a crocodile as they camp on the banks of the Palmer River. Plus, the Ferals travel to Jarman Island to mine on untouched land. In Aussie Gold Hunters. In Australia, they're hunting for gold constantly. In Alaska, they're out in the bush, making houses, dealing with sewage. Deadliest Catch, they're out on the Bering, trying to make quota, trying to avoid dying. It's all very, very emotional and troubling, Chris. I don't think I'd fare very well as a deckhand on Deadliest Catch.
You were better than I was though. Last time I went fishing with you, and I was like physically sick over the boat while you were having a right old time. You were good.
Fair to say, Chris, and that was an early start as well. I mean, early start, lots of coffee does make you vomit. I think it's fair to say you didn't seem to have your sea legs. You were a bit upset that you'd broken a drone.
The reason why is because I was looking at the boat through a lens, not a lens, a fucking viewfinder, right, on the camera. And viewfinder plus shaky boat equals sick all over the boat.
Bad times.
Yeah. Not fun. Well, I've just got back from my show my parents around Japan for the first time in 12 years, and everyone's like, it's the first time, oh my god, blah blah blah. With they had jobs, they had like relatives to look after. And it's kind of good they waited, because if it was like, 10 years ago or 9 years ago, whatever, I would have not been in a great position to show them around, really. So, I could sort of take a week off to shed, 2 weeks off to shed them around now, and that was good. Yeah. It was a lot of effort, I'm not going to lie. We did the golden route, essentially, with a few bells and whistles added on. We started off in Tokyo. They really liked it. The one day I wasn't with them, they went to the Pepper Parlor Robot Cafe, which is a cafe where there's like 10, no, it must be like 30 Pepper robots. You know, the sort of the ones with wheels on, and they've got arms and they move and they talk, and they work in SoftBank, the SoftBank robots. They went there, and somehow because they wasn't there, they fucked up the order, and they ordered like 3 bowls of ramen with all the toppings, and they couldn't eat it all. And I got a phone call like, we've ordered too much, what are we going to do? And I was like, you'll be alright, good luck.
Please come round and eat the ramen, please. I mean, as your dad being a famous robot enthusiast himself, he must have been absolutely like a pig in shit. A pig in ramen, just running around a shop full of pepper robots.
I mean, my dad built a robot called Killertron for Robot Wars. Imagine what he could do with Pepper the robot with a pickaxe. Put a pickaxe in its arms, get swinging, weaponise it for Robot Wars. But then we went off to the mountains. Originally I was going to show them Mount Fuji and stay by Lake Kawaguchi. But then I thought, why don't we go and do something good? And so we went off and saw the snow monkeys instead. And that became like the highlight of their trip. They said that was their favourite thing, which was...
that's nice.
Yeah, it was good. The monkeys are cool. And the walk there was fucked there. Because it had been snowing in the mountains, the path up there, which is like 1.5 kilometres long, really slippery. Everybody fell over. Like my mum, Charlotte, fell over. It's so slippery, and like when you start the walk, there's a little hut selling those things you put over the bottom of your shoes that have spikes on. so you get a grip. And I was like, yeah, we don't do those. Only losers get those. Instantly regretted it when I realised my mum was gonna not be able to stand up for
Back it, yeah,
45 minutes. Not so twat I was. Should have got 'em. And then we went to Nanaijuku, the beautiful postal town on the Nakasendo Trail. That was nice. And then we went to Matsumoto. Saw the castle. Takayama. Beautiful mountain village. Love it there. Love Takayama. I just get this... There's certain towns and places in Japan that I go and I feel this like... just nice sensation. This nice feeling of sort of nostalgia of times past. And you get that in Takayama, right? The place with the 1960s museum. I don't think you've been there, right? You've never been there
No, I
yourself?
don't think I have.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure where. Let's have a look.
It's right slap bang in the middle of the Japan Alps, and
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Beautiful.
and you've got these beautiful rustic streets. You've got these streams flowing. You've got these shrines, kind of these wooden shrines, and it's just the most incredible place. And then we went to Kyoto, and drowned in a sea of people. My God! I mean, I like Kyoto. It was good. We went to Kinkakuji, the Golden Temple, and they kind of liked it. It looks cool. You know, there's no two ways about it. Get the photo, and then you're sort of ushered out very quickly. So it's a very like quick experience. But then we went to oh shit, what was it called? I can't remember the name of the temple. We went to the Path of the Philosopher, which I always rant and rave about here. But it is nice. It's just a nice, quiet kind of stream. And you walk down there through the houses in this nice sort of rural neighbourhood. And then you go to see the Silver Pavilion, which isn't quite as grand because it's silver, not gold. But the gardens around it are really beautiful and sort of make up for it. And in some respects, I actually enjoyed it more than Kinkakuji, just because there's more to actually enjoy. Whereas Kinkakuji feels like you're being shoved down like a line. You just got to get in, get out kind of thing. You can actually enjoy that one. That was good. I think the shrine that I really liked, I took them to, I want to say it's the Heian Shrine in Tokyo. Sorry, in Kyoto. Yeah, Heian Jingu Shrine. Heian, Heian Jingu Shrine. It's got a really beautiful garden around the back of it. If you go to Kyoto, swing by there, and the garden was really, really bloody good. And then we went to Kiyomizudera. You don't need to go there. It was so busy, it really wasn't fun, which is a terrible shame because it's a beautiful view. But the crowd was horrific, you know, really
I actually
bad.
think that Kyoto and how busy it is more stifling than Tokyo is.
Oh, 100%.
It's like,
yeah.
it's just too much those kind of streets where there's just so many people all eating cucumbers on a stick and stuff.
Tokyo's big, right? It's fucking big, and it can handle 30 million tourists. Kyoto can't handle that many tourists, and the stretch up to Kiyomizudera was ridiculous, absolutely astonishingly bad. And the temple itself wasn't fun. You're just in a crowd. You can't move. You can't stop. You can't appreciate anything. So I didn't enjoy that. We went to Nishiki Market, and that was rammed, but it was okay.
Yeah.
Because you can stand around and eat food in little bars and whatnot. So that was good. We also then went to Hiroshima, finished the trip in Hiroshima, went to the A-bomb museum, which was also extremely crowded, but still moving, of course. And saw the A-bomb dome, and then we stayed on Miyajima one night, which was good. Because while during the day it's very crowded, at night it's kind of cool. Like at one point, I was just walking around it, kind of alone at night, and I got to stand right next to Itsukushima Shrine, just alone in the darkness. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, cool. I'm standing next to Japan's most scenic site, all alone in the dark. Nobody's here. It's kind of nice, poetic moments. But yeah, highlights include monkeys, tempura. They like Wagyu beef quite a lot. The not so highlight includes getting scammed in Kyoto though. On the we stayed at a nice hotel, and on the way to Kyoto Station, I was like, "Can you just get us a taxi?" It's about 5 minutes. It's about a 5-minute drive or like a 45-minute walk. But my parents had loads of luggage, so I was just like, "Let's just get a taxi."
Yeah.
So the taxi turned up, and it was like a large taxi. It was quite a big one, like an Alphard, which is like it can fit like 7 people or whatever. And the taxi ride should normally cost about 3,500 yen if you get it on like Uber or whatever, or even if you just hail a cab at the side of the road. We got in, and I couldn't see the taxi meter. Couldn't see like the fare meter to see how much it was being charged. But we got to Kyoto Station, and I had no idea how much it cost, and I couldn't see the fare meter. And then he like ripped off this piece of plastic from like the front of the car, and this piece of plastic was like hiding the fare meter, and the fare meter was conveniently at like 16,000 yen, which is what 4 times the price it should normally cost. And I saw it and I was like, what the fuck is that? What? And I was like, why is it so expensive? I like kind of was shocked I had to go in, and he was like, it was a private hire. It was a private hire. Oh, it doesn't matter. We've been done up like Kipper. And he took my credit card, or I sort of gave it to him quickly before I could really catch on the price, you know, because he was like, oh, credit card, whatever. And I paid it, and it only sort of sunk in how much it cost, like 4 times the amount. I remember getting out, and then he like dropped the taxi driver like dropped one of the luggage on the floor with their laptop in, insult to injury, and I was just like, fuck's sake, how do you think you know? I was really annoyed that I paid it.
He will have been getting away. Yeah, he will have been getting away with that for ages as well.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know if it was him or the company, that he was part of a big company. If it was like, let's fuck the tourists and charge a lot of money because they'll be none the wiser. But I paid it. And I felt like an absolute dickhead, and I paid it because we had to get a train. We're at the station late, and also the taxi driver controls the doors in the taxi in Japan, so you need them to open the doors for you to get out, kind of thing. But yeah, I regret paying it, and I had to go at the hotel. I got on the train, and I was like, the hotel was amazing, the staff wonderful, the food majestic, taxi driver fucking shit, and they kindly had to go at the taxi company for me, and offered to pay back the money. So be careful if you're in Kyoto, or Tokyo for that matter, because taxi companies have done a great job of exploiting kind of tourists, it seems. I've never experienced anything like that with the figures. It was a 5-minute taxi ride, you know, that cost like $150 or something. So completely unacceptable.
Did the taxi look like this, Chris? Is that what the your dad could have done with a bit of Kilotron that day?
That's right, Kilotron the robot, for those of you that aren't watching on YouTube. It's a robot with a pickaxe, and I would love to get that and go to fucking town on the taxi driver's car that he drove us in, honestly. But yeah, it's annoying when you get scammed and then you actually pay the money, and I feel like a dick. Well, I got the money back from the hotel, and I told them, don't use this company again, and this isn't good for anyone, you know.
But that's the thing, they probably rely on sort of people not A, speaking Japanese, B, really knowing what's about and stuff. It's so rare to sort of be scammed by, you know, a part of the infrastructure, the part of the kind of, you know, the whole system in Japan. It's just not cricket.
Well, I'm all for Kyoto trying to find ways to profit greater off of tourists, right? They clearly need it, but that's not the way to do it. Scamming people out of money, and yeah, so just be careful. I'd always, if you're getting a taxi like that or a hotel gets you a cab, make sure you can see the fare meter the moment you get in it, because they're not really supposed to do that unless you agree the price in advance. And yeah, that's usually a big alarm bell. But also look on Uber, get sensitive prices as well. But they shouldn't have costed that. And yeah, at least justice. I got justice. I got my money back. Fucking really kind of soured the whole trip to Kyoto, and I was ranting and raving and pissed the whole way to Hiroshima. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad you were there for your parents.
Yeah. That's all about. Good man. Cost a lot showing around as well. We got started.
That's what I mean. That's the thing about showing people around. Like, you are kind of like, oh, I'm going to get them the best experience. They're going to get the best trains. They're going to get the best this and the best that. And you're like, it's expensive, isn't it? Even with a week yen, this is expensive.
Well, I didn't know what they were going to think of the whole kind of thing. Like, I didn't know what they think of Japan, because like a lot of people who are British, you know, in the minds of a British person, a holiday is going to Spain, sitting on a beach, reading a book and going for 2 weeks, and that is the holiday they typically do. So I was kind of one of the reasons I've never offered to show them around Japan, or that if they'd ever expressed interest, I would have gone like, yeah, sure, come over. But one of the reasons I didn't really push for it in the past was because I didn't think they'd appreciate it. I didn't think they'd like it, but actually, they did like it a lot. I bet they couldn't tell me a single shrine we visited, or remember any of them, but they'd be like, oh, it's nice seeing that shrine in the water. Oh, it's nice seeing the Abondo.
It starts to sort of blend. They all blend together after a while.
Yeah, can't do the first time. So. But they left and they really enjoyed it, and yeah, And of course, they left on a British Airways flight. They came on a Japan Airlines flight. Brilliant, perfect, amazing. And then on the way back, the British Airlines flight was like late an hour. Naturally, because it wouldn't be a British Airways flight unless it was fucking 60 minutes late. We got a story this week from James in Manchester, and it begins, Dear Chris and Pete, my partner and I have just returned from a 2-week holiday in Japan, taking in the customary sights of Tokyo, Osaka and Kyoto, while also making time for trips to Nagoya and the Izu Peninsula. Unfortunately, while the UK was basking in unseasonable warmth and sunshine, we were followed by freezing rain and overcast skies here wherever we went. It was on one such day, walking along the Dorgasaki coastline, soaked to the bone, that we opted to take shelter in the first cafe that we found, which turned out to be draped in Union Jacks and decked out with tablecloths and live, laugh, love decorations. We placed our orders and took up our seats, and when the only other patron left, we were alone in the cafe. Thankfully, the scones were so buttery and the tea so refreshing that we soon sank into the armchairs and ordered seconds, only to discover that we'd left all of our cash behind and couldn't settle the bill. Oh, shit. I've never done this, and I've always had nightmares about doing it. I was absolutely mortified, but as I was explaining to the owner in my limited Japanese, that I would walk the 90-minute round trip to the nearest 7-Eleven, ATM. She announced that she would close up and drive us there herself. She said she could do some shopping while she was there, but I suspected that she didn't entirely trust me to return. And so we clambered into her tiny car and made the journey to withdraw the money that we owed. Fucking hell. That must have been really awkward. We got talking along the way and discovered that she used to teach Japanese in High Wycombe, in the UK, before moving back to Japan to open her British-themed cafe. After we handed over the cash, she kindly dropped us off at the nearest train station. We parted with effusive thanks. It was only when I looked up at the place on Google Maps later that I found a number of I can't read that. A number of ones. Is that a word? No, X-rating, anyway. Lots of one-star reviews. I used to be an English teacher, and I don't know what that word is. One-star reviews damning the owner as rude and dismissive of tourists. So either we caught her on a good day, or my efforts to smooth over the situation in Japanese quelled her rage. My question is, have you ever been caught cashless in a cafe? And if so, have you resolved the situation? Many thanks, James in Manchester. You know what? I don't think I've ever done that in 12 years. I've always had nightmares about it, because I've always thought, wouldn't that be awkward to have to do exactly this? And I think that fear has ensured that I've always got some form of payment on it. Have you ever done it?
Have I ever? I've always been very close to the board. I've always been like, I've got like 3 pence left after this interaction. I've never found myself quite so short. Yeah, I mean, you never know with such a strange owner of the place. Damning the owner's rude and dismissive.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of nice for her to drop them off. I'm trying to find out where the place is. I want to know. I'm trying to look up Dorgasaki Coast English Cafe. But to know that, it's, yeah, I don't know. Mystery.
Well, look, it's excoriating, I believe.
Excoriating, there's the word. Have you ever heard that word before?
Only in this context rather than the other way, as in your skin flailing off.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Someone wants a word with us.
Excoriating.
Excoriating.
The word of the day on the podcast. We don't just teach Japanese here, we teach English as well. But what's going on in this week in the news, Mr. Dawson? Fill us in. It involves trains, I believe.
Oh, there's just a load of train stuff happening at the moment. I don't know why 2025 is the year of the train, but people love Japanese trains anyway, so it's good eating for us always. But well, a couple of stories really. There is a first-class section being added to Tokyo commuter trains this month with double-decker green cars. Now, sort of short-distance double-decker trains are very exciting for any train enthusiast, one would suggest. But you see them like mainly in like European cities, and they always seem very efficient. And we never know, and we always sort of say, why can't we do that in the London Underground? Why can't we do that in like this place and stuff? It is actually quite slow to get them on and off, so it would only be suitable for longer distances, and the UK is quite long, quite short rather. And so, but in Japan they've started adding them to the Tokyo Chore line, the rapid trains, starting this month, and now they're now first-class cars called green cars.
Oh wow!
And if you've ever been on commuter trains, they can be very, very busy.
Especially at Chuo. Yeah.
But they've added the double-decker carriages that mean that you get from Tokyo Station to Otsuki in Yamanashi Prefecture, and it basically gives people a nicer option. They have two by two rows of reclining seats instead of the usual bench seating, each with a tray table and coat hook. It's kind of basically like if you've been on a bullet train or seen the bullet train, it's kind of how this one sort of sets out. There's power outlets at every seat, free Wi-Fi, trash cans, even a bathroom as well, which is obviously rare on a tube train. And yeah, I mean, as a person who travels for an hour and a half every morning and evening going to London to go to my office at Staff Towers, I would just dream of having one toilet on my route. There's never any toilet. And you have to pay a bit extra to get in these cars. The surcharge, it depends on how far you're travelling, but it's about $6. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot to sit on the upper decker and do your upper decker business in a nice seat. And you also get a discount if you're using a sweeper as well. It's a huge change for the Chua line, which has never been one of the busiest. And the actual sort of image of the double decker, it's not necessarily that you're climbing up to get to the top. You're sort of climbing down, and the line of like the windows of the lower level is actually kind of a bit lower than the platform. So you're actually like under platform, if that makes sense, which is really confusing. So there's that. And would you travel on such a train, Chris? I think you probably would, wouldn't you?
I see the appeal because the Chuo line, it goes a long way, right? It's the main line out of West Tokyo, and it's the second. I think it's the second busiest after the Yamanote line. Like it's 600 million people like ride it a year, right? And so if you live at the end of that line, and you're journeying for like 45 minutes to an hour, it could be quite nice to have a seat and sit there and recline back and enjoy a toilet in a way that you could only dream of until now. So I think that's a cool idea, and I think it's going to do well. I wonder what made them implement this all of a sudden. Is there any indication as to why they decided to do that? Do you reckon it's make more money or improve the service?
Fancied a bit of it. I mean, there's just a lot of people travelling, I suppose, and will it be popular? Because a lot of like the commuting is paid for by the employers rather. For the regular employers. Will they sort of stump up more money for these people taking the upper decker? Will that extra fee be paid by the commuter themselves? I mean, it's just the Japanese sort of train system is a marvel, a modern marvel. It all runs out on time, and you can really rely on that infrastructure. You can't, obviously, in the UK, less so even the British Airways flights that you were just talking about earlier. So it's incredible. But not only that, Chris, perhaps in sort of response to... My voice is really getting destroyed now. Apologies, everyone. Possibly in response to the fact that on a show a couple of weeks ago, one of the Shinkansen decoupled while they were driving, which is quite upsetting. A lot of people got really angry about that in our comments on that one, because I wrote in the title, I think the title was like, it was dangerous or something, and people were like, it's not dangerous for a train to decouple, blah, blah, blah. It sort of is, isn't it? It's not ideal, though, is it?
When a fucking train is travelling, 60 miles per hour, and it's getting up to high speed, and the driver's hitting the throttle,
you're losing a bit of control there.
Yeah.
There was one person also who got a little bit upset that Editor Banya used a picture of a Chinese bullet train rather than a bullet train.
Wow,
a Japanese
justifiable.
Bullet train. So, I mean, that was one person noticed that. We see you. We see you. We see you.
But no, inherently, if half a train with a few hundred people on it suddenly breaks away from the main train as it's ramping up to 200 miles per hour on its way out of Tokyo, that's pretty dangerous. I don't care. No two ways about it. But carry on about this train.
Well, I mean, they're basically they're having a PR nightmare with their decoupling, their conscious and unconscious decouplings. But there's a new class of seats being added to the Shinkansen. You've got your green car, the first class section with roomier seats and some additional services. There is a new semi-private booth that you can ride on in the Shinkansen, and I can hear influencers, I can hear YouTubers, I can hear the length and breadth of the country people booking these tickets. But the Tokaido Shinkansen, the bullet train route that takes from Tokyo to Kyoto and Osaka, has now given you something called the Hankoshitsu, half individual seats in Japanese. Basically semi-private booths where you get one seat and like some plastic walls with lockable doors separating them from the central aisle so that you can enjoy a luxurious seat with extra reclining capabilities and extendable footrest. It's basically what they've done with the Grand Class and just sort of put walls in, basically, isn't it? That's kind of how they've done it.
It's definitely an order of magnitude above Grand Class in the sense of complete privacy. It's kind of like you see on these like first class Emirates seats that everyone fucking does over and over on YouTube.
Right, yeah.
I'm on a plane going to Dubai and the seat has a door. It's kind of like a bit lame. But what's happened here is Tokaido, this Shinkansen is owned by a different company to the one that has Grand Class. And I did take my parents on Grand Class for a few moments. We'll be able to catch the train to Nagoya. Nagano. We won't go to Nagoya, God forbid. We went to Nagano. They enjoyed Grand Class immensely, where the seats are sort of fully reclinable. The cabin's quite small. It's very peaceful because the kind of walls of the cabin are better insulated than the economy bit of the train.
On certain routes, you do not get the free slippers, though, and it's very upsetting.
You don't get the free slippers or the service. You don't get the free food or drink.
Yeah.
We didn't on that one. But that's JR East. This is, I believe, JR Central or JR West. I always forget which one.
That's
And this is
the Golden Route business.
Yeah.
Business of Japan.
they get lots of money from the old Golden Route, and this is their way of sort of one-upping JR East, no doubt. Like, look at our seats have doors on now. Ha ha. But the seats kind of look a bit rubbish in the previs. Like, it just looks unnecessary.
It looks like an egg carton, and
It
it's
does,
the colour of
yeah,
an egg carton.
yeah.
I think with I think also the weird thing is that it's the actual walls. You have basically 3 seats behind the walls. So it's not like you're separated from the people behind or in front. But so you can have, like, if you've got like a group of 3 people travelling, you can rotate one of the chairs around so you can have a bit
really?
more
You could do that?
sort of space and stuff. So I mean, it's a very limited exposure of these things. I don't know how popular it'll be, but I imagine again it'll be popular with influencers and some people will push the boat out and spend some money. But
douchebag influencers like me will be over it like a rash.
all over it like a rash.
I was the first person that I think I know of who covered Grand Class back in the day. And that was a massive video, you know. As we always say, when times are tough in the world of YouTube, as an influencer, you smash the glass, the emergency glass, and you do a video about a fucking train seat, and you let the views roll in, no matter how much effort you put in. People love train stuff, and no doubt there'll be a race on. All your favourite YouTubers in Japan will be racing to film this seat, get on this train nice and early, film the damn seat, and it'll be all over it, so you'll know about it. Luckily we've got 2 years until that happens, so you can inoculate yourself against the inevitable Instagram reels and TikToks. I'm in a seat on a train in Japan, and in this door, shut the door, you can be in the room.
Well, the actual the renders that the company JR Central had made back in 2024 very different to what they're actually showing right now. Yeah, so this, Chris, is the render that they showed last year. What it was going to look like, which is obviously very, very pleasant for those of you who are not watching on YouTube. You're not really missing out if you're not watching.
It's just
on
a chair
YouTube.
on a train.
It's
a chair on a train.
And that is what you get. So I just think it's very different vibes. Has to be said. Very different vibes. How it's all panned out. But I don't think it's going to be arriving until I think in the renders that were detailed last year, they said it was going to arrive in 2026. But by now it's changed to 2027. Spring of 2027. Chris, you can get on that train and make a bit of cash out of a video.
There you go. I'll be on that train. It'll be by then the YouTube channel will be on its way out, and I'll be getting like 10 views, and I'll be like, I need a quick million. Need a quick million views. So I'll get on the fucking stupid. Why do people care about seats on a train so much? Honestly, I will say
because a lot of America doesn't have trains.
Or the UK.
We have shit ones.
Yeah,
exactly.
UK's off. Anyway, I get it. Anyway. Trains. No more train. There's too much train chat going on here in this podcast. This is our new onsen. This is our new kind of onsen tattoo discussion. It's just trains now. You always talk about Can we go in the onsen with tattoos? No, you can't. Can we go on
No,
the train in
get
a
out.
big seat? No. No trains,
Carve it
no
out with a
tattoos.
big knife.
We're back to Swearing, guys. Your stories, comments and questions over in the fax machine.
Wow.
And we're back with the fax machine. What have we got this week from our listeners, Mr. Dawson? Fill us in.
We got a message from Elodie. Hello, Elodie. Who got the melody? It's Elodie. Hi, Chris and Pete. It seems that most of my pals have succumbed to the matcha latte trend. And since I'll be heading to Japan in May, I've promised to return with the good stuff. Is there a particularly fantastic or healthy brand that you recommend? Preferably something that's well known so it doesn't look like I'm smuggling industrial amounts of questionable herbs back in my suitcase. Elodie from Bath. I always think that matcha looks really chemically. Do you know what I mean? The stuff that you get in like sort of fast food sushi restaurants where you got like a little mixy thing and the powder. It just always looks bright green and chemical.
A bit. I've started having a lot of Yakult. Maybe take some Yakult with you. I don't know if you can take Yakult on the plane. That's probably a big no. But yeah, I think we have Yakult in the UK, right? But you don't have Yakult 1000, right?
Wow. Okay.
It's got like 10 times the amount of bacteria. And I don't know if it works. I do try and drink it once a day, but it seems to help your digestive system a little bit. It's hard to know. It's supposed to de-stress you.
My dad, there's always like stacks and stacks of Yakult in the fridge and kefir as well. He's become obsessed with kefir. He loves anything yogurty. He hasn't got a particularly sweet tooth, but he loves a bit of yogurt.
And while you're over here, if you come to Japan on holiday for like 2 weeks, drink Yakult every day for 2 weeks and see if it helps your digestive system. We're sponsored by Yakult now. That would be a great sponsor to actually drink the damn stuff. I love that way influencers always like, I've been sponsored by XYZ, and what a coincidence, I've used them for years. Which is something I've done before, because I actually do use it. And I'm as hypocritical, and I've dug myself a hole, and I will now get out of the hole by going on to the second question from Matt from Colorado, who says, hello Chris and Pete. I've been curious about living in Japan for a while now, and I'm wondering about pet ownership in Japan. I have a large dog, but he's very sweet, but I feel like in Japanese media, my previous trip to Japan, I didn't notice very many large dogs, or dogs at all really. Are they not common? Thank you, Matt from Colorado. I mean, Japan is the home of the Shiba Inu, and the Akita Inu. But they are kind of rare, and I remember when we started this podcast, I think it was around the time where cats overtook dogs as the most popular pet in the country, right? And dogs have gone out of fashion in Japan. In 2008, there were 13 million dogs in the country as pets, anyway. And now, in 2022, last time it was done, it's gone down to 7.5 million. So it's almost dropped in half the number of dogs. I imagine it's due to aging populations and cramped housing, right?
But, cramped housing and long working hours. I couldn't keep 2 dogs, loud dogs. If I worked, every hour that God gave, really. And yeah, you're right. It is just cramped living conditions. And certainly, if you're hanging out in cities, you rarely see a big dog. Yeah, they're usually just kind of very pocketable brands of dogs, you would say. But Matt from Colorado, you got a lovely big old dog. Love that big old dog.
I remember a while back we did an episode where a restaurant in Japan had a one-core pizza, which was a pizza for dogs.
Pizza for dogs.
It
nice.
looked pretty unedible. Yeah, appetizing was not a word I'd use to
Every pizza is pizza for dogs, though. if a dog gets close to a pizza, every dog is pizza for dogs.
That's true, very true. And finally, Harold from Germany says, Dear Chris and Pete, in April, my wife and I will do our second trip to Japan. We're going to go to Tokyo, Hakone, Fuji Kawaguchi, Kyoto, Okayama, Hiroshima, Miyajima, Osaka, and maybe Izu. We're looking forward to doing some walks and hikes in these locations. During our preparation, we've come across several sources indicating a rising murder lust among the bear population. Do you think it's still safe to hike on paved paths with a bear bell, or shouldn't we leave the populated areas? Our marriage is good, and I would love to bring my wife safe home with me. Marriage is good. I don't want to feed my wife to the bears. Cheers, all the best, Harold from Germany. bear attacks, I know they're on the rise. There's a record 219 bear attacks in the last 12 months with 6 fatalities, but they are typically in North Japan and Hokkaido, neither of which are locations that sadly appear on your itinerary. I suppose the only place that you're going that there might be a bear would be Hakone. There's not that many around there, though. I don't think you have to worry about bears on your trip. Famous last
big
words. Yeah. Take it Akita in it. Yeah.
Give us three rings if you get back, Harold.
No, you'll be all right there, Harold. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you're going for a hike in the mountains of Iwate or the mountains of Aomori or Hokkaido, then I would say take a bell, ring it the whole time you're walking, get your bear spray ready, and be careful. But other than that, I think you'll be all right. Hopefully that's not famous last words, but as the bear comes charging down the fucking pathway in Hakone, why did I listen to Chris? But you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
I had a force majeure moment. Are you familiar with the film Force Majeure?
Oh, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, the skiing one, where they go skiing and there's avalanche, right? And he abandons his family.
Well, a big bee flew in the house, and Sarah ran out of the house, leaving me to defend the baby from Big Bee. I mean, to be fair, it looked like a bird. It was absolutely because they're so kind of like they're not like violent bees, but they do their size are just kind of it's just imposing, and they just sort of floating, going hello, hello, how are you doing? Everyone goes ah. It's an interesting one. What a weird life the bee. Good on 'em.
I had something like that. I was on holiday with Charla in Italy a few years ago, and this what looked like a bird landed on her shoulder, and I looked at it, and it was the biggest wasp I've ever seen, like a comedically large wasp, and I sort of was like, and Charla maintains I ran away to safety, whereas I sort of don't think I ran away that much, but there was not much I could do at that point, because if I hit it, it would have rained down havoc. And in hindsight, I looked up this creature afterwards, and it's called a mammoth wasp. Have you heard of this? Mammoth wasp.
Oh, wow.
And it doesn't have a stinger. It can't. It's harmless to humans, but it looks fucking terrifying. It's,
wow, yeah, they're massive.
Yeah, it looks like a hornet almost, right?
Big lads.
It's like a hornet meets a tiny bird. But I'd never heard of it, and apparently it's around the Mediterranean a fair bit. They love it around there. So, mammoth wasp. It's a cool name for an insect, isn't it? And Charla was angry, and she's never let me forget it since. So, when a mammoth wasp lands on your partner Sarah, be sure not to flee in terror. Just deal with it there and then. Keep the stories, questions coming into broadjapanpodcast@gmail.com. We'll be back later in the week, guys, to do it all over again. But for now, have yourself a great few days. Stay away from the mammoth wasps, and we'll see you right back here to do it all over again on the Broad Japan podcast. Bye for now.
Imagine a mammoth wasp in a really fancy Shinkansen seat, just relaxing, having a coffee.
A bear, a fucking black bear.
Yeah,
meets mammoth
that's what the
wasp.
petitions are for.
Fair warning, if you do ever die, I'm coming.
Select destination.
What wondrous escapades shall we go on today? I would like to have the kind of fun with you that nobody has even imagined.
Select destination. Plotting route.
But for now, have yourself a great few days. Stay away from the mammoth wasps, and we'll see you right back.
And the enemy calls for a song.
Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Yo! Supply cache clocked you. A further charge or two will melt that lot proper. Teckle's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let it come. signals down to 50%. Take them to 0. Over and out, fam. Job's a good one. Nice one.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. Today I was going to upload a video where I was going to be playing the GTA 6 map before GTA 6 actually came out. And I decided I cannot do that, ladies and gentlemen, because Rockstar's lawyers would... Sometimes you gotta make sure you gotta watch for the sniper looking at you. Yeah, Rockstar's lawyers wouldn't have taken too kindly, and I probably would have been issued a community, or not a community guideline strike, a copyright strike on my channel. So to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, this is Darkspace, a YouTuber with 188,000 subscribers, incredibly, painfully underrated Grand Theft Auto 5 content creator, okay? This guy makes probably some of the best GTA content that I've ever seen. Somebody that has a significant amount of passion for this franchise, as I do, and plenty of other people in the Rockstar Games community do as well. So he uploaded a video literally like a day or two ago where he absolutely was playing with Grand Theft Auto 6's map. He had actually recreated the GTA 6 map from the current mapping project into Grand Theft Auto Online, Grand Theft Auto 5's 5M multiplayer suite, or just modded into Grand Theft Auto 5 in general. Now, that sounds insane. That's because currently the Grand Theft Auto community is going through like serious psychosis. Because Rockstar hasn't provided any new information on this game, we have basically just been sitting around looking at moon charts, you know, fucking digging into like esoteric forms of like fortune reading to figure out what the fuck could be happening with GTA 6, or actually modding the game into reality before we even get trailer 2. Now, this is something that honestly blows me away. Like, Grand Theft Auto has such a fervent, amazing community of players that we're doing stuff like this. Unfortunately, Dark Space's video got taken down. That map project got taken down by Take-Two, and to me, it's kind of a shock.
Now, Darkspace sent me this stuff a couple of weeks ago, actually. Unfortunately, I really did miss these messages because I'm terrible with responding on Discord. It's not a platform that I primarily sit on. Usually use it for Rainbow Six, but not the point of the story. Again, I just wanted to provide that context. He sent me a bunch of these files early, which would be the map mods that you could inject into Grand Theft Auto Legacy, I believe even enhanced, or implement into a 5M server so you and the boys can get together and play it together. So, yeah, this is entirely there, and because of Take-Two's copyrighted, copyright infringement notices, this is unavailable. I can't even distribute this if I wanted to. Just because, again, Rockstar considers this to be their intellectual property. Obviously, they want to DMCA it. It would be a risk.
Now, this is not something that basically spawned out of nowhere. Since January 27, Darkspace was working on this map, and this is basically the product of one person producing this by himself at this moment in time, where, again, they had produced this map. They had tried to match it as close as to Rockstar Games' GTA 6's mapping project was. So for anybody that really has no idea about this, this is, for example, the GTA 6 Vice City and Leonida Estate mapping project. So this is what the map is apparently theorized by as fans, all right? And map creation is something fans of the Grand Theft Auto franchise have basically been doing for quite a long time. GTA 5 had a similar mapping project, and I believe older versions had similar mapping projects too. The way that this works is people use, again, actual footage from the possible leaks of the game that had happened like years ago at this point, or they look through, again, the GTA Trailer 1, GTA 6 Trailer 1, and they use the shots inside them to sort of build a rough estimation of what the map of GTA could be. So for instance, when you look at things like Vice City, for instance, right? These green dots, for instance, these are all like Trailer 1, where you can see like shots of like Vice City's overhead, and people look at that shot and they go, hey, this is either a great looking game, or if you're somebody in the mapping project, you're looking at every single road, every single pathway, every single building, and you're putting things together. And utilizing all of that level of like reasoning and logic, people are basically able to map out South Beach, Vice Beach, the Venetian Islands, Pelican Harbor, the Stockyard, so on and so forth, all the way down to the Gator Keys. So yeah, it's that kind of a project. Now again, for Darkspace, it was a matter of looking at this and utilizing his own passion and understanding of the map to put this together in a 3D file that anybody could download for free, unencrypted, and run this on their actual GTA platform. So yeah, Rockstar takes it down, and immediately I'm like sitting over there, and it reminds me of the Meat Canyon like Warner Brothers like cartoon that got copyright claimed. You guys remember the one I'm talking about, right? So it's funny that when this happens, it makes me kind of wonder from a legal perspective, is it canon? Now, obviously, in the case of Meat Canyon, I'm pretty sure even though this fell underneath parody law, I definitely can see why Warner Brothers wanted to shut down a Meat Canyon cartoon. But again, you know, it really is difficult to fight anything copyright related, especially when you're going up against a company like Warner Brothers or Take-Two. Even if you think you're in the right, even if you think you have fair use. Remember, it's most of the time when looking at a lawsuit, it's like, hey, they've got far more money than me. They can drown me in fucking like court fees, so I might as well not even challenge it. And it makes me wonder if the mapping project that Darkspace had put together was in fact, was it real? Did we get the map right? I mean, probably not. And I'm pretty sure they shut this down because at some point Rockstar or Take-Two probably felt that we were encroaching on their IP at some point, which again, for people creating these maps, it's always mentioned that, listen, if you don't like it, will discontinue it and shut this down. And all you really have to do is ask to get shut down, and people will. But instead of going down that route where it would have been civil, they decided to give Darkspace an actual copyright strike, which again does harm your channel, okay? It can harm your channel, it can harm your reputation on here, and it can put a serious like stab in your channel to the point where you have to worry about what you're uploading in the future. Now, Darkspace will have to sit down and think, is there GTA 6 content that I have already made that could potentially be hit by a copyright strike that I've made in the past? If you get 3 copyright strikes on YouTube, you will get your channel shut down. That's just how it works. And once your channel is banned off YouTube, you can't come back with another channel, otherwise that would be ban evasion. I'm sure there's other methods to come back to YouTube, but we're not going to extrapolate from here. This is a pretty, like, nuclear scenario that anybody takes against a fan base like this. And, like, when you really look at it from, like, an actual perspective, like, this is not something that honestly was taking money away from Take-Two. Like, I could understand if somebody was distributing a leaked version of GTA 6 for anybody to download and play around with. Like, obviously, that's going to really harm Rockstar. But looking at somebody who has literally done the work of multiple developers by putting together a map in 3D space and distributing it for people to download for free is insane. Like, when I look at things like the Liberty City project we looked at a long time ago, I could see why that got taken down because, yes, you're redistributing Rockstar's assets for free. Yes, you are redistributing entire songs in the game for free as well, too. I can see why stuff like that gets turned down. I genuinely can't see why a company like Rockstar or Take-Two would want to take down something like this, especially considering that mods like this probably do more of a benefit to like raise awareness for your game. Not that GTA 6 needed extra awareness, because it's going to be one of the biggest games of this year, but genuinely speaking, I don't think anybody was going to play this and think, yeah, I'm not really hyped for GTA 6 anymore now that I played some fan-made realization of a map. Yeah, I'm fucking out of it. Like, this is the kind of logic that blows my mind away. Like I said, when it comes to modding, when it comes to PC video game modding, it probably is one of the coolest things anybody can ever do to keep any video game alive. Like, if you're somebody in the modding space, if you're a video game developer, you should probably embrace any form of modding that comes your way, right? Like, there's a reason why Elder Scrolls games are still played to this day. It's not because people are still firing up those games to play the entire, like, vanilla version, especially on the PC. They're usually modding the shit out of it and installing entire new content. In some cases, changing the way the entire game is. When you look at games like Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, there are still mods to this day that you can bring up that revolutionize and change the way those games are played. There are entire video series on YouTube of people playing like zombie role-play single-player scenarios on GTA 5 that I've watched that have nothing to do with the core single-player experience or GTA Online. It almost feels like I'm looking at somebody playing an entirely different game. And all of this is really possible, not through the efforts of Rockstar Games, but because people sit down and passionately create mods entirely for free, keeping a video game alive. I'm not the biggest modder in the world, but even games like Cyberpunk 2077, which have been one of my most played games of last year, I have seen so many mods come up for this game that are genuinely cool from a gameplay perspective, that have probably added hours upon hours of like game time for me just through mods. And it just doesn't have to stop there. Like, even on consoles, there are games that are embracing mods. Baldur's Gate 3, literally from my understanding, has recently allowed mod support on consoles. So for people who are already biting into a fucking really long and amazing game anyways, now have the option to really add more content and extend their hundreds of hours by more than hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours, through free user-generated mods.
When I think of like mods in video games, it's crazy to think that Counter-Strike started off as an old mod for Half-Life, and now the current iteration, an entire game by Valve, has fostered 30 million players a month. I mean, this is an actual, like, mega popular game spawned off of, again, community efforts. And of course, there's also mods like Half-Life 2 RTX, which seek to improve the visuals of Half-Life 2, although debatable to some people, with newer technologies entirely done by fan communities. And of course, it doesn't even extend to just PC games too, like obviously console games like Project Plus, where people have modified Super Smash Bros. Brawl with tons of new features and movesets, entirely new user interfaces, again, all for free. And even when it comes to mods like Seamless Co-op Elden Ring, a mod that me and my wife used to play this game together cooperatively, has millions of downloads and even more millions of total users playing this with each other. Mods change the way we play video games, and they extend the life and quality of a video game entirely at the, expense of the actual gamer's times. Some games are so good that gamers will band together to create mods and keep a game alive just because they are passionate for a community, which is exactly what Dark Space was doing with Grand Theft Auto 6's map mod injected into GTA 5. With no information provided, because the fans are doing what effectively tons of developers band together to do, should be praised, should be applauded. And again, instead of that, it's met with actual legal notices.
So again, to me, it's just wild that Rockstar constantly is so hostile towards its community. I would probably mod GTA 5 more if it wasn't for the threat that Rockstar constantly puts onto modding this game, whether it be that, hey, if I install a wrong mod, and God forbid it taints the online portion, I could get my 10-year-long account completely banned. These are things that I genuinely worry about playing games like GTA 5, even modding. And older games like GTA, I used to mod pretty heavily. Like when I played San Andreas on the PC once, you never saw me not playing that game without total conversion mods or anything. I have entire videos on my channel of people modding the game completely. It makes me wonder if games that I've played on my channel, like Terminator, GTA San Andreas, like it's almost as if Rockstar comes in and shuts that video down, or fucking James Cameron wakes up and sees somebody playing Terminator 2 remastered in San Andreas and thinks, yeah, I want to go turn that down. This open hostility towards modding and modding video games, especially by Rockstar, and they're not the only developers on the planet too. There's plenty of other developers that will shut down fan games and fan mods just because I guess they believe it's encroaching on their IP. It really never makes any sense to me.
What's even stupider is the fact that Rockstar actually could target people that are maliciously using their IP or actually infringing and making bank off of GTA. This is Paradise, and you bet your ass I'm going to check the April 2nd demo release trailer for this dog water. But for anybody that doesn't remember, this was obviously the GTA AI slop game that I talked about a couple months ago. And while they've actually got serious money through cryptocurrency dropped into this, when you look at their actual company statement that they actually made to respond to people calling out their bullshit, one of the interesting responses they had was down here: illegal use of the minimap from GTA 5. And again, if you look at the video I made, as well as other content creators as well who covered this, you can see that they absolutely jumped down and grabbed what appeared to be the roadmap, in my opinion, from GTA 5 and copied it over to their game. And their response is, no copyright on roadmaps. Urban planning and road structures cannot be copyrighted. Bro, GTA 5 made a fictional version of Los Santos, okay? That version is what we're talking about, not the roadmap of the city of Los Angeles. Rockstar could actually legitimately have a case, and they could seriously take these people to a court. Even going down, it's also wild when they said illegal use of the umbrellas from GTA 6. Now, from the trailer in GTA, this brand Soul Sisters was effectively copied right over into this Paradise game. And the response from these dipshits is, we have the full legal right to use the Soul Sisters brand in our trailer. It's not registered, and it does not belong to any company except Take-Two! What the fuck, dude? Like, it's their fictional brand. What? You know, Dark Space will sit there and make a GTA 6 map from the community's, like, combined schizophrenia, and Rockstar will target him instead of going after people that are so brazenly straight up nuking their actual fucking brand. Make it make sense, dude. It doesn't. It's just so wild. These people don't understand copyright law whatsoever. It's insanity. This element was used solely for marketing purposes and is not part of the actual gameplay. So you're producing trailers for your game that are not reflective of the final product. That's a different entire case to look at. This is the example of, like, just digging your own fucking grave. It is wild. But let's get back to GTA.
And in all honesty, this level of hostility only serves to, again, piss off the community that's so fervently behind you. This mod wasn't taking away a dime, from my understanding, from Rockstar Games or Take-Two. And it wasn't going to be the one thing that was going to completely destroy the perception of Rockstar's GTA 6 to the point that even one sale would have been missed from it. And the fact that they had to go and like copyright strike an actual creator, shut that person's video down, is just, again, completely insane. It's shit that I never can understand, especially when it comes to some of the most popular games and how you can treat your community. If I was Rockstar, if I was Take-Two, I'd be fostering this community, especially for the year that GTA 6 will not appear on PC. I'd be fostering this. I'd be pushing these people into creating more mods, integrating that possibly into online or through 5M. I'd be doing a million things to foster this community. Because ultimately, with mod support, it keeps the entire franchise even more alive than Rockstar could have done. GTA 5, in my opinion, would probably not have been as popular as it is right now if it wasn't for mods like 5M, which basically have overtaken Twitch viewership in terms of this game. I would argue there's more people playing GTA 5M and streaming that and sharing that content than there are actual GTA Online players streaming that around on PC. If Rockstar would just get their head out of their ass, if Take-Two would just get their lawyers called off, this stuff could have probably been more supported, and this could have easily been another cause of celebration for the community. But it's not. So ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and show some support to Dark Space. I know that after a copyright strike, it definitely sucks in the community to be looking at your channel with such a fucking knife stab through it. So show your support, show your love. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted some happy-go-lucky, positive tech news? Yeah, well, tech news ain't your friend. I'm your friend. I'm just trying to protect you. We know each other. 23andMe, the DNA testing company, has filed for bankruptcy nearly 20 years after pioneering the consumer genetic testing industry while collecting a valuable hoard of personal data that would make Smog the Dragon blush. While the company says it will continue to operate during the bankruptcy proceedings, during which it will seek to sell its assets, co-founder and CEO Ann Wojcicki announced she's stepping down so she can be better positioned to bid on the company herself. Now, 23andMe says customers' genetic data is anonymized, but no one's sure whether to believe that, and with the eventual fate of their genetic data uncertain, privacy experts are strongly advising customers to delete their DNA. How wouldn't that kill you? Oh, DNA data! Oh, it looked like, don't do the first thing. Also, 23andMe say that even if you delete your account, they'll still retain a ton of data about you and your DNA, assuming you can still restore it from the recycle bin. Hey, who's ready for some new GPUs? These ones could be affordable, kind of. I'm talking about the 60 tier cards. NVIDIA's RTX 5060 and 5060 Ti have had some specs leak, courtesy of known Twitter Twitter hardware leaker Momomo, who posted a couple of HP's Omen desktops with an RTX 5060 Ti. Those models have 8 gigabytes of VRAM, but a 16 gigabyte variant of the Ti was spotted in a Best Buy listing. According to Videocards with a Z.com, fun spelling, NVIDIA's forcing their board partners to have at least one graphics card model priced at MSRP, and it has to be available to purchase on the launch date. I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? Videocards also purports to know some other specs of the cards, which are scheduled to launch on April 16th, according to WXNod on Twitter. But there were also leaks mentioning AMD's RX 9060 XT, which looks like it's also coming in 8 and 16 gigabyte variants, courtesy of yet another Twitter leaker, Harukaze5719. Do you think they get together on holidays? Google has confirmed it may have possibly accidentally deleted some users' data from Timeline, the Google Maps feature previously known as location history. In an email to affected users, the company said the deletion was caused by a technical issue, but did not elaborate further, forcing us to assume they were training a robot to deliver coffee in the server room. You could have done that in the company ball pit, Google. Come on. The data snafu comes after some users already lost location history data after Google announced in December 2023 that it would be moved to on-device storage by default, and they gave users instructions on how to back it up. There were lots of articles spreading the word about this, but you can't reach everyone. And now Google says that if your data was deleted and you don't have a backup, you're hooped, bud. I mean, guys, Google's got a lot of data to keep track of. Have you seen your Google Drive? Pulling a Bilbo Baggins over here.
Why shouldn't I keep it?
Look, some of these quick bits are gonna be happy, okay? Happy to see you. Boop. Android users are reporting that Google has started rolling out screen and camera sharing for its Gemini Live AI conversation mode. They're features that were previously shown off under the name Project Astra, promising a future where you can carry on a conversation with your AI assistant while it looks through your phone camera, as if you're on one of the worst kind of video calls. And look, there's the sign. Oh, wow. An Italian court has ruled that Google must block pirate websites listed under the country's Piracy Shield system, replacing their original web addresses with fake ones on Google's public DNS service, a tactic known as DNS poisoning. An Italian regulator's post on LinkedIn celebrated the ruling as a win against piracy, which seems a little ironic, given that Italy invented the mafia. NVIDIA's latest GPU drivers have reportedly caused the black screen issues that affected some RTX 50 series GPUs to spread to the RTX 40 series, according to multiple Reddit posts from users suffering the same pain. Apparently, rolling back to a previous driver sometimes fixes it, but then you're prevented from playing new games with up-to-date drivers. I don't know, maybe Jensen's just trying to teach us a lesson. You know, just because that screen is dark doesn't mean your mind has to be. Imagine something in those inky depths. Oh God, it's coming this way. This was a mistake. The Philips Hue brand, which is now owned by Signify, is mostly made up of RGB-enabled smart lights, but a reference to a Philips Hue smart doorbell was spotted in an app update. Interestingly, it doesn't change colors, but it does ask visitors, "Who are you?" And Penn State researchers have developed technology that can create what they call audible enclaves, little pockets of physical space inside which audio can be heard and nowhere else. The scientists say they've achieved this using self-bending ultrasound beams and non-linear acoustics, which I'm not here to explain to you. I could, but I'm only here to warn that if this gets widely adopted, walking around in a city could sound like you're flipping through radio stations, and if people hear something they like, they could suddenly stop, and then you got a sidewalk pileup on your hands. We must destroy this technology immediately. To hear about more tech abominations that shouldn't exist, come back on Wednesday. What? Some of it will be happy? Whatever.
see anything interesting. Curious.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out in thanks, if they could.
I get the impression that everything is an evolution of stardust, which makes me wonder, what does future evolution hold?
It is the richness of the chemistry that the periodic table of elements grants us. As far as I can tell, it knows no bounds. The water molecule, H2O, you break it apart, the hydrogen joins something else. The oxygen joins somebody else. You're breathing oxygen atoms that were exported by a star 5 billion years ago. Feel it. Feel that connectivity.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. This is Star Talk. Gas Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Today we're doing Cosmic Queries Grab Bag Edition. And I've got co-host here, Paul Mercurio. Paul, welcome back.
Great to see you.
Oh,
Great
I love
to be
your
here.
work, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see you on the Late Show.
Yeah.
The occasions when I'm on, I see you warming up the crowd.
Yeah.
But he occasionally gives you a slot.
Oh yeah, I've been on a bunch of times, and I'm going to be going on again very soon.
Okay,
doing
no,
another set
cool.
of
We'll look for you.
stand-up. Yeah, it's
We'll look
gonna
for
be-
you.
It's always great. Yeah.
And you got there's like a Broadway show or
Yeah.
a stage show, Permission to Speak, and we all know your podcast.
Inside Out with Paul Mercurio.
Inside Out with Paul Mercurio.
And you're on it.
I think I've been on that a
You
couple
have?
times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
all
Yeah,
right.
I still owe you money for that.
So there's no categories here.
There's no
All
categories.
right.
This is loose, but I got to tell you, I
And you
looked
got
through- I looked
pages
through
and
them all.
pages, dude.
We got tons of, and they're all good, and
All
they're
right.
varied, and they're from people all over the country and all over
Okay.
the world, and different age ranges, which you'll see. In a
Okay,
minute.
good.
So it's really cool.
Hit me.
So this is Mancheno. Cheno from the U.S. of A.
Mm-hmm.
Had the SSC in Texas gone through, where would we be today? Do canceled projects like this set us back as a species? Also, what other major scientific breakthroughs have been made or halted?
Ooh, made or halted. I like that.
Sounds like he's digging.
Yeah. So the SSC, the Superconducting Super Collider, which was, had I been in charge of naming it, I would call it the Super Duper Collider.
I was going to say, I think it needs more adjectives.
That's what I know.
The gargantuan super.
They ran out of adjectives.
Oh
there.
my God, honey, look at the size of this collider.
Yeah, so they missed out on that one, I thought. If you take certain metals and you reduce their temperature, there comes a point where they become superconducting, where electricity can pass through them and there's no resistance and they don't get hot and it just moves. We call that superconductivity. In the 1970s and 80s, there was research into, can we make superconducting materials at a higher temperature? In other words, as you lower the temperature of the material, can it become superconducting at a much higher temperature than previously enabled?
Why is that important to seek it at a higher temperature?
Because if you can find a room temperature superconductor, that would transform everything.
Yeah, but then every average person is going to have it, and then we're going to have
The
all these
power.
people with superconductors.
With
and then all of a
superpowers.
sudden, people are going to be turned into like little ants, like Ant-Man. What are you people crazy?
Is that how he became an ant?
You
I don't know.
guys can't put power like that in a hand.
Okay, that's a very good point.
You want to meet my brother-in-law? You don't want
it
that
should
guy
have some
having.
it should have some guardrails, right?
Okay.
So it came of age when higher temperature superconducting materials were becoming available. And why does that matter? For any collider, you're accelerating particles. The particles have an electric charge. And if you move an electric charge through a magnetic field, you can accelerate it.
Okay.
And you adjust the magnetic field, make it just right. It can get very, very fast. The particles can go very fast, hitting 99% the speed
And
of
what
light.
is the manifestation of that very fast-moving particles look like? Is that the electric? Is that
It's just a beam of particles, like typically protons, and you slam it into a target. And that creates a field of energy out of which brand new particles can form.
And we harness that energy.
No, it's not for energy. It's for what new particles exist in this universe that we didn't know about before we turn on the switch.
Oh, we have enough particles. Why do we need new particles?
Because you always want more particles. Come on.
What are you doing with the new particles?
We need more because a new particle might explain something we didn't understand.
Oh, okay. So you're
Okay.
constantly in search of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what we were talking about on another show. So you never,
Probing
you never,
the
never
universe.
rest.
Yeah, you never rest. So it came of age at that time. And by the way, it's still the Cold War, early 90s. So under Reagan, we say, yes, let's start this project. Superconducting super collider. They dig the hole. By the way, it would be the largest and most powerful super collider in the world.
Dig a hole somewhere out.
Yeah, it's like, I forgot the diameter, a couple of 100 miles. I mean, huge.
Yeah, it's the metal one.
Some states are not large enough to contain this collider, such as Rhode Island. All right?
That's where I'm from.
You're from Rhode Island.
That's my home state.
You can't.
Can the world stop making any small reference and compare it to Rhode Island? Can we all move on from that? If I hear blankety blank twice the size of Rhode Island, I'm going to create my own super collider and zap you. Okay,
I didn't know it was that sensitive. Rhode Islanders carry the issues.
Yes, we have size issues.
You have issues.
As it were.
Okay. So Texas clearly big enough. So it's in Waxahachie, Texas. Okay. They acquired the land, started digging the hole, and the years go by. And around 1989, 1990, the government takes another look at the contracting, the budgets, and they judge that there are cost overruns that we cannot afford. And they zero the project. That's different from canceling it,
Now,
but it's the same thing.
From what I read, the project was fairly far along.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The research, the engineering, and then they zeroed the project. And once that happened, the center of mass of particle physics would no longer be in the United States. But just because you don't do it doesn't mean some other folks can't or won't. And the European Center for Nuclear Research, CERN, which is located in Switzerland, but it's a European consortium, an international consortium, I should say. They said, all right, you're not going to do it, we're going to do it. So then they built, as part of their facility, the Large Hadron Collider. You might have heard of that, the LHC. That became the detector that found the mythical Higgs boson, the God particle, the particle whose field grants mass to other particles. That's badass. If you're going to be a particle, that's the particle you want to be.
You want to be.
And so there's a book called The God Particle, written about the Higgs boson. That was written decades ago. Because we knew that it should be there. We don't have an accelerator that can detect the energies where we would find it. So...
And that's the particle that kills his brother, the other particle, who thinks he's cheating. He's Fredo. He kills his brother Fredo. Oh, I'm sorry. I got this mixed up with the God particle. Go ahead. Continue. I'm a little...
So...
In all seriousness, why couldn't the scientific community in America convince the federal government and the people funding this that this was a mistake?
Because they didn't call it a super duper collider. That's my answer.
Those idiots would have understood the significance.
Okay, so what? There is a report that talks about the budget that we can't afford it. I have a different view. No time in the 20th century, when we had the power to make particle accelerators, did anyone complain if there were cost overruns. You don't even know if there were cost overruns. Maybe there were no cost overruns. I didn't check the budget on every single particle accelerator in the country in the 20th century. There's Brookhaven. There's Stanford Linear Accelerator. There's outside of Chicago, Fermi Labs. Okay, all over the country, and they're all under the auspices of the Department of Energy. By the way, well, budget serves this. All right, let's get the answer. Wait a minute. What else happened in 1989? Peace broke out in Europe.
Yeah.
Peace broke out.
Right.
The Berlin Wall came down. And within 4 years, the Soviet Union was dissolved. Oh, there was cost overruns we can't afford.
Politics.
If you're threatened with your life and your way of living,
Right.
there are no cost overruns.
Right.
That's not.
And how can? That's exactly right.
Okay, I don't mean to.
Yeah.
I'd be blunt
Yeah,
about it.
right,
Okay,
right.
so
Here's a blank check. Keep me alive.
keep me alive. Yes, yes.
Right.
Keep me alive. And by the way,
very clever to put it under the auspices of the Department of Energy instead of the DoD, so that it can look like it's.
it looks like just a science project that we don't.
Right,
can't,
we're gonna
can't
better our
afford.
energy output,
Correct.
whatever.
Correct. But 20th century was the century of the physicist, from beginning to end, all the way through.
Yeah.
And no Cold War. Oh, by the way, President Clinton comes in the 1990s, and it's the first time that anybody remembers the budget is balanced for the United States. And so they want to take credit for balancing the budget, except there's no Cold War anymore. Okay, so he takes office. There's no Cold War. So
yeah,
let's be real about budgets.
Right.
All right. Let's
Right.
understand this.
Right.
And I write about this. It's speculative. There's no document that says this. The document says cost overruns, we're zeroing the budget. We have other priorities. There's others that said that when the space station was coming online, the space station would be primarily served through NASA Houston.
Right.
Okay. The Johnson Space Center. Others declared that the politics of it were you can't have two major projects in the same state that would get that much attention from the government.
Yeah, but you can move one to another state.
No, you can't move the hole in the ground, the accelerator.
Move the other.
No, Johnson Space Center, you can't move that.
What do do to Florida?
No, Florida already has a space center. But that's not where the
See, it's
astronauts...
this kind of negative thinking that kept the super duper collider from existing.
In Florida Space Center, they don't train the astronauts there. The astronauts are trained in Houston. NASA has 10 centers strategically put. All right? This is...
Listen, my friend, you just said it a minute ago. If we were on the verge of a brink of war, they find a way to have
There are
both
no
of those
cost overruns.
They're both of those programs to exist.
So I wrote about this in my book from a few years ago. When was it? 2017. Accessory to War. The unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. And I talk about this two-way street between the frontier of modern astrophysics, particle physics in there as well, because particles we learn about the Big Bang, and the needs of the military. So that became the most obvious accounting for that to occur. We lose the center of mass, it goes to Europe. Europe eventually discovers the Higgs boson. Nobel Prizes all around. Our accelerator was, depending on the beam, 3 to 6 times more powerful than the most powerful settings of the LHC. So we would have discovered the Higgs boson decades ago.
And perhaps either at that time or in the resulting decades, other things.
Oh, thank you. Other things, perhaps other things.
Right.
But once you get there, now you ask the next questions.
Right,
It's
which
a new
is
place to stand.
you never stop,
and you have
right.
a proscenium
Now
looking
you're
beyond
out what else is out there.
exactly.
Right.
It's never about the question you even know to ask.
So
it's the question you haven't thought of yet.
Right.
Because there's a place you will soon stand that will give you a view that you didn't even know was possible.
And based on that perspective, the setback is almost exponential in a way, right?
Well,
Because
no,
we
no.
don't know what we don't know,
No.
and that's the shame.
You don't know what you don't know. Correct. And that's deep and important and real. They're trying to boost the energies of the LHC to go to the next level there. So that was getting back to the specifics of the question.
Yeah.
The discovery of the Higgs boson was delayed decades because of that decision. But science is science. It's not about the creativity of an individual. If Beethoven did not compose the Ninth Symphony, if Van Gogh did not paint The Starry Night, no one who will ever be born in the future will compose or paint that.
Right.
Whereas in science, you can be very creative and be ahead of everybody, but eventually everybody catches up and we move beyond it. Because what decides what is true is not the public's voting on, oh, we like your artwork. It's nature, which is the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner of your idea. And if you don't want to do it in the United States, another country does it. By the way, it's international. So we had Americans who were part of that collaboration, but we didn't lead it. That's all.
Yeah.
And I'm American. I'm a 20th century American when we let everything, and now I'm gonna. Oh, what you got over there, guy? Can I look over the fence?
I had that.
We almost had that.
It's like you're looking over the fence and your neighbor's got an in-ground pool and you've got an above ground. We're the country. America's a country when it comes to that with the above ground pool. Well, that was a great question.
Okay,
and a tremendous answer.
I gave it a long answer, but it was
it's
okay.
great.
Hey, Star Talk fans, I don't know if you know this, but the audio version of the podcast actually posts a week in advance of the video version, and you can get that in Spotify, Apple Podcast, and most other podcast outlets that are out there. Multiple ways to ingest all that is cosmic on Star Talk.
I love this person. This is Rupesh. Hi, my name is Kriti. I am 11 years old. I'm in the 6th grade. I live in Cary, North Carolina. In my school, we are doing a passion project, and my topic is astrophysics, as I find this topic very interesting. I have also recently been reading...
This person is 11 years old?
I know, right? Been reading...
No, you're lying.
So
it's not 22 or...
No.
Okay, fine.
It says 11. I know how to read. I've also been reading your book, Astrophysics for Young People in a Hurry. By the way, could you come up with a longer title? Jesus. I have a question for you, and I'd love if you could answer it for me, as that question would be added into my project plus your answer. So speaking of truth, this kid's asking you to help her cheat. Here's the question, very basic. What existed before the Big Bang?
No, I can answer that.
You can?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We had no idea. Okay. Next question.
This is why people find scientists annoying.
We
want some
generalize to everybody else just because you
want some definitive answers in our life.
Just because in this moment you find
I can answer it.
Me annoying.
I got two things that existed before the Big Bang. You ready?
Yeah.
Lint.
Maybe.
And a single sock. It started all with a single sock.
Is that the sock that is missing from the laundry?
It's that single sock.
It's lost in space.
Floating around in space.
And in time.
In time.
We don't know for sure, and we wouldn't even know how to experimentally verify our ideas, but there are some ideas. And when you run the equations back through time of general relativity, Einstein, and quantum physics, by the way, we are in the centennial decade of the discovery of most of the important tenets in quantum physics. So I feel it gives me goosebumps, actually. And not only that, that's the decade where Edwin Hubble was a person before
a telescope that didn't work.
It works now.
Was he as defective as a person as he was as a telescope?
Mama didn't think so. So in the mid 1920s, he discovers that the spiral fuzzy things in the night sky, spiral nebulae, were whole other galaxies like the Milky Way. This is freaky.
Was there speculation as to what it was before he...
Just spiral clouds.
Yeah.
There were other fuzzy clouds that weren't spiral. So they were like...
But there were telescopes that existed before his.
No, but you have to know the distance to things.
Right.
You can't just pace it out by walking it. All right? If you find the distance to a spiral nebula and it's 100 times farther away than other nebulae, then it's sitting outside of your galaxy. All right? And so... that he discovered that in mid-decade, and then by the end of the decade, he discovers the expanding universe. That 1920s, the Roaring 20s, right before the market crashed in October 1921.
And then people weren't so focused on science, unfortunately. It's like the science of eating and having food on your plate.
When you run the equations back, you generate this entity that pumps out universes. Possibly an infinite number of universes. It just pumps them out. And we call that the multiverse, a term that's just been uptook
by Marvel comics.
And not only Marvel, but of course, Rick and Morty.
Right. With all of these brilliant minds out there over the years, why haven't... What is your theory as to what's keeping us from knowing what existed before the Big Bang?
We've been figuring out other things, like the origin of the Earth and the origin of the Moon and the origin of stars and the origin of, and now we're on the origin of galaxies. So the origin of give us a chance here. We have top people working on it.
Yeah, but you're avoiding the question.
Like,
I'm having an argument with my wife. You're avoiding the question.
Stop. What I'm saying is, science is more about knowing what question to ask. than to have an answer for every question posed. Isaac Newton, my man. Here's my little finger puppet of him here, next to my voodoo thing. I don't even know what that showed up in my office one day. I don't know where it came from.
That is a little creepy.
Yeah, I have no, this was just in my, I don't even know where it came from.
Thing's got to put some weight on. A little malnourished.
We'll sit him there. Isaac Newton, in his book Optics, published 1704, wrote it in English, so that like regular people could read it, not in the academic language Latin for scholars. At the end of his book, he has a section called Queries. By the way, that's where I get the word cosmic queries. It's not called cosmic questions. Which would also kind of work. You get the alliteration, but cosmic queries. He has a section in the back called Queries.
Yeah.
These are just stuff that spilled off his dinner plate. One of them is, I wonder if the stars of the night sky are just like the sun, except much, much farther away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's like a scrap off the dinner plate.
And this is the guy who utters this line. I'll mangle it only a little. He says, sometimes I feel like a child sitting on a shoreline, picking up one pebble for being shinier than another, when an ocean of undiscovered truths lay before me.
Wow. So
it's Newton saying that, my man. So anyhow, so the multiverse is there for what might have been around before the Big Bang, and but that just moves the question back. You know, where'd the multiverse come from?
Yeah, it just keeps
yeah.
going
So
and going
that plagues origins questions.
Right.
And by the way, it somehow doesn't plague religious people.
Well, I was just going to say it's sort of, we're not even talking about the theory that God created everything. And there is, it's not science.
Well, it's not a theory. It's faith
right.
that says that.
Faith. Yeah.
So what intrigues me is when I say, well, I don't know what was around before the Big Bang. Something had to be there. Something. Yes. I said, well, we got top people working on it. We're working. Give us a chance. It had to be God. Then I say maybe the universe always was. No, it had to have a beginning. And so it's okay. Well, so what do you say? Well, it was God. And so then I say, well, who created God? Oh, God always was. God was always there. So they allow that within themselves to say God always was, but won't allow the scientists to say maybe the universe always was. Apparently that's not allowed.
Right.
But it's allowed when you're religious and you say it about God. So all I'm saying is the origins questions will always be able to push it forward unless somehow it creates itself. And then you have a loop.
Right.
But we're not there yet. It's a frontier.
Right.
Give me some more.
Yeah, you got it.
Grab me some more.
Yeah, this is Umar Chima. Umar from Seattle. Longtime Star Talk listener. I finally decided to get off my cheap ass and become a patron.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Umar, for getting off your cheap ass.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, save your money because T-shirts are coming. Patreon Saints.
Saints.
Here's my first question. We know that we can slow down our time relative to others by traveling at a super high speed or getting very close to a massive object in space. But is there a way to accelerate our time instead of slowing it down? Can we accelerate our time and essentially visit the past, or does it just mean we just get old super fast? And if anybody knows about getting old,
see, I'm proud of my age.
You should.
I'd like to believe that I have wisdom to show for it.
You do.
That's all. I don't want to get old. I don't want to get old. Yeah, because they're not learning new things.
Exactly.
They're stuck in some previous time in their lives
agree with you.
where they wish they were still on the football team or still on the cheerleading squad. When
speaking of which, that's why I don't want to go back to the past. Because I'm not going to ever win that 50-yard dash and then embarrass myself. I couldn't get Mary Ferguson go to the prom with me. Don't get me started. Oh, okay?
Man, you have issues you're bringing to the show. Okay. You got to leave those in therapy.
I can't. This is why I'm here. I need you. So can we accelerate our time and visit the past?
I think you have to look at it differently.
The guy's a paying customer. He can look at it any way he wants.
That's true. Customer's always right. Okay, you're right.
You're right.
Whatever you're thinking, you're right.
Just keep sending the money, people. Come on, send the money.
You shouldn't look at it that way. You should look at it as your speed as seen by others. By the way, you don't feel this at all. It's only as measured by others. So if you go fast and time slows down for you, you're still ticking. To you, it's 1 second per second. To everybody else, it's 1 second per 10 minutes, 1 second per hour.
I'm not following that. Explain it. It's how is it observable by others? My speed.
If I see you, so I'm here, and I see you whiz by at some speed.
Okay. You see me walk down the hall.
Well, I'm thinking of a rocket ship, but sure.
Okay. All right, a rocket ship.
Okay, walk down the hall at half the speed of light.
Okay. Which I can do.
All right. I have an equation, a formula that tells me the rate at which your time is ticking relative to me. And I plug it in, and I forgot the number. It might be ticking a third or a fourth.
Well, my time is different than yours because you're stationary and this thing is moving, no?
That's almost the right way to say it. Your time is different from me because we are moving relative to each other. As far as you're concerned, you are stationary, and I'm moving past you at half the speed of light. We don't know.
Right.
So you will look at me and say, oh, he's moving slow. And I look at you and say, oh, you're moving slow. Both of us will measure the same thing about each other if we are passing each other in the night at half the speed of light.
One going one direction, one going the other.
Correct. And so...
Why is half the speed of light a critical?
It's not.
It
I could say 10%, but it's not linear, so the faster you go relative to the speed of light, the greater and greater the effects are. All right? So half the speed of light is not half the effects.
Okay.
It's a small fraction, and it grows rapidly.
Okay.
All right? It goes at like the square of your velocity as you get closer. How do I make your time go slower if you're going half the speed of light? I make you go faster. Now you go 3/4 the speed of light, 90% the speed of light. And I can watch you slow down relative to me. Now I speed you up. Go slower. Go 1/4 the speed of light, 1/10 the speed of light. How slow can I get your time to go? Stop right in front of me. And that is the slowest we can make your time go.
Which is the same time.
And that happens to match my time. Correct.
But
they want to go backwards. We don't know how to do that.
We don't.
Because I have to repeat my time poem.
Please.
If I may.
Please.
We are prisoners of the present, forever transitioning between our inaccessible past and our unknowable future.
That's exactly what I say to my wife when she asks if I bought pickles and I forgot.
You know, you're bringing your issues into...
Well, you make it very relatable to my life.
Okay.
And I have a lot of issues. And, you know, I love you, man. I love you. So the answer is...
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
But there's this obsession in pop culture with this time
We
travel.
want to go backwards in time.
And do you think, do you just think, and I know, I
it's
love you never
dangerous.
say absolutes, but like, what? It's dangerous because you start flirting with the past and you alter the future or whatever.
Well, you can flirt with your own future.
So if you went in the past, what would you change?
You have to watch out for that because you don't know the full set of contingencies that would follow.
Okay, who cares about anybody
No,
else?
they do
What would
because you
change
say
for you?
if you go in the past and there's Hitler as a child, will you kill Hitler as a child? Would you do that? What you don't know is there's someone else that would rise up that would have been worse than him for the stability of the world in the 1930s and 40s. You don't know that.
Right.
I'm keeping the past the way it is, not knowing whether having altered it. By the way, this was explored in an episode of Star Trek. They went back in time to the 1930s or late 30s. I forgot the exact year. And Bones, I think it was Bones, the surgeon, falls in love with a woman. You're not supposed to do that because they're this.
You're messing with.
You're messing with the time
there's
continuum, the space-time continuum.
But as usual, men led by their whatever. That's a scientific fact. That is a scientific fact. Go ahead.
No, on that subject, by the way, the first interracial kiss between a black person and a white person was on Star Trek, and it was William Shatner.
Oh, I remember that.
It was kissing Lieutenant Uhura.
I remember that.
Okay, they got all kinds of hate mail from the South on that. They could. It was 1967, somewhere around there.
Right.
Meanwhile, Captain Kirk can visit all these galaxies. There's a green woman, a blue woman.
She's got a tumor over here, a horn over here.
He kiss them. The clearly female aliens.
Yeah.
He's kissing all up in them. But another human who has skin.
He's kissing a woman that looks like a Kreller. That's fine, but not that black woman. Damn it. We have standards.
Bones falls in love with this woman.
Yeah.
And she's a peace. She's into peace. She doesn't want war. She sees nations building up, and she's tries to prevent the start of the Second World War. This is her motive and her mission. Meanwhile, she gets hit by a bus or a truck and dies. And Bones is distraught. He wants to go back in time again
To prevent
that, to save her. They go back in time again, and that's when Spock does his research. He realizes she has to die, because if she lives, she will successfully delay the entry of the United States into the Second World War, giving Germany, Nazi Germany, the leg up in creating the atom bomb, and they create the atom bomb first and take over the world. And this is communicated to Bones, and the scene where she's going out into the street and the truck is coming, he wants to save her, and they and Kirk and they hold him back.
Yeah.
And they just watch her die.
Yeah.
Because that's a different world that they don't want to have happen.
Right.
So, stay in the present. Get your ass out of the past.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Oh, by the way, Hawking has a time travel conjecture where he says he thinks that as we get closer to traveling through time, there'll be some new law of physics that we will discover that will prevent it.
On the subject of Star Trek, can you explain to me why when they transport Kirk, his shirt never fits properly? They can't make it so it's a little bigger. It's like he went to the baby Star Trek store.
Because it fits tightly?
Yeah.
Because he was a buff body back then.
I understand, but
Not by today's standards, but back then he was. And plus, of all the captains, he's the captain I'd want to be.
Why? The pointy sideburns.
I did give myself pointy sideburns in my day, but he took on all his own fights.
That's music.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yes. So the point is, if you are a crew member and your captain is fighting the bad guy,
right,
you're going to fight the bad guy.
Right.
You're not going to be like Jean-Luc Picard and say, go fight them. Get your own ass out there and fight.
No, but there's another side to that. I don't want the guy leading to get in a fight and die. Like,
he's Kirk and he's got phasers. Don't worry about it.
I'd be like, hey, I got to stay back here.
No,
and
he's
make
got phasers. We good.
Yeah, but he's got all the change to put in the meter when he's parking the ship in the middle of the thing. You don't know what you're talking about. I think he does have a good body. I'll give you that.
In the day, that was a good body. Okay. You think the transporter should have had a tail?
Yes.
Yeah. He shows up looking down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with a jaunty hat, a cane. Come on.
That's a different transporter. That's a more expensive transporter. The one that's also your tailor. Okay. Have you ever wanted one of your questions on the universe? Sure. We all have questions. Black holes, quasars, entanglements, wormholes. There is no end to the depths of cosmic curiosity. Well, the entry level of Patreon membership with Star Talk gets you just that. I think it starts at $5 a month. You have access to the question line that reaches our Cosmic Query program. And not only that, we produce a special Cosmic Queries installment just for Patreon members.
If you weren't the director of the Hayden Planetarium, what do you think you would be doing?
What? But this had to be another universe. It wouldn't happen in this universe.
Okay.
I'd be a songwriter for Broadway music.
Ooh!
So that's the entry level, and the perks ascend from there. There's a level, in fact, where we send you an autographed copy of one of my latest books. Right now, it's Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. And it's signed with my fancy fountain pen. So I invite you to just check the link below. And all of that money goes to our ability to experiment with new ways of bringing the universe down to Earth. So thank you for those who've already joined. And we welcome others to participate in this grand adventure of what it is to bring the universe down. As always, keep looking.
And Emily Kaneko Reynolds. Hello, Neil. This is Emily in Kyoto.
Nice.
Yeah. Is there stardust in the air we breathe, or is the stuff in the air that air is made of just an evolution of stardust? I get the impression that everything is an evolution of stardust, which makes me wonder, what does future evolution hold? And I can tell you, future evolution There will be a time when humans don't have to bend over to put their shoes on. It's called Skechers' future. Is this where we are now? That we have shoes that people can't bend over to put their shoes on? Is Skechers a sponsor? I am so annoyed by this. Is this where we are now?
Well, okay, we invented automobiles.
I can't go all the way down there.
And flight and supersonic transport, and we went to the moon, and this generation makes...
Right. I don't have to bend over 3 feet, and I can put more weight on.
I think the baby boomers are getting older, but they've always been inventive because we went to the moon under the baby boomers' watch.
Right.
So we're making our lives easier, making it seem like it's better for everyone, but it's really just for ourselves. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Because we can't bend over.
Exactly. All right.
All
So
right.
I get the impression that everything is an evolution of Stardust, which makes me wonder, what does future evolution hold? Now, this is evolution could be in the context of astrophysics or biological evolution.
All right. So allow me to clarify a couple of things. I speak glibly that we are not only poetically, but literally Stardust. We are made of ingredients that were forged in the hearts of stars. Not all stars. There's kind of stars that, in their end of their lives, explode and become supernovae, scattering their enriched guts across the galaxy. I was going to say contaminating, enriching other gas clouds with the ingredients of life itself. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. Go all down the periodic table right to iron.
And these are particles that are smaller than the diameter of hair.
Atoms. They're atoms. Okay? So I've loosely called it dust. Because these atoms gather and they make larger molecules. Dust has a specific definition in space. We speak of dust in space. So dust are agglomerations of molecules that are stuck together but are not chemically connected. You can pull apart the dust to get raw molecules. You pull apart the molecules to get atoms. I'm saying the foundations of this are elements on the periodic table. And I loosely call all of that dust. So if you inhale dust from your shelf with the whiffer pooper, what do you call that thing? Swiffer pooper?
The whiffer
pooper scooper. Do you want to mix those two up?
The whiff and poof, those are
The whiff and
Yale
poof.
choir.
Oh, the whiff and poof. The Yale
Pooper
Glee
Scooper.
Club.
Yeah.
Okay, the Swiffer.
If you hire the Yale Glee Club to dust your house and dust is generated, go ahead.
The Swiffin poofers.
The Swiffin.
So if there's dust and you inhale it, yeah, that's like household dust,
right?
Which commonly is like pet dander and other things. Yes, if you get to the bottom of that, ultimately those ingredients came from stars and from the origin of the universe. So it's not an evolution of dust so much as dust taking on other shapes. So when I say we're made of stardust, the actual dust from stars has been processed here on Earth. But it's still the same ingredients, the nitrogen, oxygen, carbon. And so if I were to be more sort of chemically accurate in my discussion of dust, that changes the whole conversation. Hannah Holmes wrote The Secret Life of Dust, From the Cosmos to the Kitchen Table. Great title. A former science editor with the, I think, the LA Times. But anyhow, so dust is everywhere, you know. But rather than look at dust and say, "Oh, this is cat dander," and this is from sawdust, I as a cosmologist, as an astrophysicist, it's all stardust to me.
And so
and in that famous song, was it by Kansas? All we are is dust in the wind. And he says, "All we are." It says, "That's what we are."
But
Don't
this,
say it.
but this human being that I am is stardust.
You are traceable to stars.
Okay.
And to me, that's a stardust memory.
So if
that I
we
carry.
get back to the question from Emily, I get the impression that everything is an evolution of stardust, which makes me wonder.
Which is fair. That's very fair.
So
way to
now
say
her
it.
question is, what does future evolution hold based on this foundation of stardust that we just talked about?
It is the richness of the chemistry that the periodic table of elements grants. And as far as I can tell, it knows no bounds.
That's the beauty of science.
If the water molecule, H2O, you break it apart, the hydrogen joins something else. The oxygen joins somebody else. And there the universe progresses, unless it finds itself in like a nuclear furnace, and then it'll can become another element. But absent that, you're breathing oxygen atoms that were exported by a star 5 billion years ago.
Yeah.
Feel it. Feel that connectivity.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. I think that's all the time we have.
Yeah, I think
Unless you have a really fast one. Is there a really fast one? And I'll give it a soundbite answer. Go.
Okay.
Really fast.
While it's staple, this is Sparkman. While it's a staple, it's Sparkman.
Sparkman.
That's all I got. While it's a staple of mathematics such as calculus, are there any instances of infinity in the observable universe?
Well, the universe itself might be
Yes,
infinite.
I have it. Neil explaining anything.
That's how long it takes.
That's the ultimate definition of infinity. Good night, everybody. I'll be here all week.
I don't get no respect. I try to.
No, it's a great question.
So the universe itself might be infinite. If there's a multiverse, it's pumping out an infinite number of universes,
which in each of which could be infinite of its in and of itself,
in its own dimensionality.
Right.
So, for example, I can have a sheet of paper that goes to infinity in every direction, but then I can have another sheet of paper floating above it that also goes to infinity, and they don't intersect.
Because they can go like this.
Yeah, because they coexist, but in a higher dimension than either of them. Each sheet of paper is only in 2 dimensions.
But aren't magnetic forces pulling them together in some way?
It could be, or even gravitational forces. And if you have 2 universes that collide, oh, you're talking about on Earth, the 2 actual sheets of paper. I'm talking about 2 universes that are infinite but not colliding with each other. If you embed them in a higher dimension, you can get away with that as you would with 2 sheets of paper. That's all I'm saying. There are people, top people, wondering if there's a parallel universe, might we feel something of them, of their gravity? Is there some leakage out of their space-time that we might feel? That could be the future of detections of parallel universes, of the infinite universes. But my favorite example of infinity is Zeno's paradox, where you want to exit the door, you got to go halfway. Then you got to go another halfway. And then another halfway. You just keep doing that.
Oh, wait, when I walk through the door, I walk through the door.
No, you're going halfway first. And then you're going halfway again.
Here's the door, here's me. How am I going halfway? I walk through the door and I don't stop.
Okay, you're being too rational here. You got to stay with the math, okay? You want to exit the front door. Before you get to the door, you have to cross the halfway point, don't you?
Halfway point of what?
Between where you happen to be standing and where the door is.
Yes.
We agree.
Okay.
Okay, now you got to cross the halfway point between there and the door.
Half. Okay, I got you.
And then the half and the half and
but
the
it's
half.
so random to pick half. You could say I got to pass the point at the 1/3.
I could have. That's correct.
Okay.
All right. But, so there's an infinite number of halfway points.
Yes, I get it.
And Zeno saw this and said, by that reasoning, you'll never get to the door. Because it's an infinite, but of course you do get to the door. So what's going on? And what he didn't realize is that you are covering more and more halfway points in less and less time. And the infinity actually converges to a finite amount of time.
Right, because you're cutting down the distance.
Correct.
Right.
And infinity can be cut into something that's finite. So, yeah, but other than math, no. I mean, the universe is finite to our observable edge.
All right, so there's no such thing as to infinity and beyond. I think that's...
You just dissed a book that I co-wrote with my producer.
No, that
Do you know the title of that book?
Yes.
To Infinity and Beyond.
Yes.
Yes. Why are you dissing the book?
No, I didn't remember that, actually. I'm referencing a Disney movie. Do I look that smart?
Paul, we got to go.
Yeah, this has been great. You've
Dude,
been fantastic.
thanks for
So
coming
great.
back.
Yeah, man, it's great to see you.
Yeah, man.
Love you.
Keep us smiling, keep us laughing.
Absolutely.
All right, and we'll find you on the road.
Permission to Speak, my Broadway show directed by Frank Oz. PaulMercurio.com for tickets. We're going to be in Dr. Phillips Center.
Mercurio.
Mercurio. MECURIO.
Like the SAT word mercurial.
There you go.
This has been Star Talk's Grab Bag Cosmic Queries from my office here at the American Museum of Natural History. Paul, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Always fun.
As always, I bid you.
Oh, Brandon Young Kemkes. On Mythbusters, they say, you seem to take particular pleasure in the construction and execution of small-scale experiments. What was the best part of small-scale experiments? Well, let's talk about Mythbusters structure. The beginning of every Mythbusters episode, the first experiment that anyone's gonna do is going to be akin to what would two idiots with a sundae to themselves and a garage full of tools do? That's the first test. It's always the lowest threshold to entry, the bored high school teenager threshold of like, all right, let's just start tossing toast off the table and see if it lands buttered side down. Then there's some research, there's some methodological building of an experiment. Hold on. And then there are small-scale experiments, and then following the small-scale experiment, there's some giant experiment which is spectacular and also probably dumb in some very funny way. Given that structure, simple experiment, small-scale experiment, large-scale experiment, all the science in the show happens in the small-scale experiment. The large one is usually a confirmation of the small scale. So the real methodological testing happens in the middle of the episode. That's why I loved the small-scale experiments. They were usually the very first time I had a rig I needed to build that I had not built before and I couldn't find plans for one was the wind tunnel that showed how a penny has 2 terminal velocities. This was for, will a penny thrown from the Empire State Building kill you when it hits the ground? And I won't tell you that whole story right now because I've told it many times, but the simple act for me of hypothesizing that if I wanted to show 2 terminal velocities of a penny, I should probably have a wind tunnel that had a maximum and a minimum that were above both of those values, so that if I got them right and I put a penny in this wind tunnel, it would tumble up and down. That was the theory, that was the hypothesis. And when I built the rig and I put the penny in and it did go up and down and it matched my hypothesis, holy hell, I can't tell you how deeply abiding and moving that endorphin rush was for me. And it never left. Every time after that I have ever built a methodology for testing something and tested it, whether my hypothesis was correct or not, just getting an answer to a question is deeply moving, especially when you've applied some rigor to it and you feel like you could stand behind the answer. So in every way, the small and medium scale experiments were like, I could wrap my whole arms around them. My favorite small scale experiments, blasting caps. We did some stuff about tenderizing vegetables with explosives late in the game. And so we had like shrink wrapped tomatoes underwater and we were detonating blasting caps near them. And the slow-mo guys and I have talked a lot about how absolutely delightful tiny explosions in water are for the high-speed camera, because you get to watch cavitation and collapse and shock waves. So much is played out for you, and it's so luscious and like beautiful in this tank. Oh, God, I really loved the water tank stuff. That was deeply moving. Brian Baker wants to know, we got to see the finished product on screen, but how many people were actually involved in planning a myth? How many people were involved in the planning of a myth? It varied greatly, but in general, the Mythbusters production team was about 22 to 25 people strong, including the 5 hosts. We had between 4 and 7 producers and 1 supervising producer, and then 1 executive producer. So the executive producer, Jamie and I were co-executive producers with Dan Tapster. And then below us was the supervising producer, which for the longest time was Alice Dowell, and then was Steve Christensen, Steve-O. And then the on-the-ground producers, Linda Wolkovich, Dennis Kwan, Jax Marker, Claire Mandel, Caroline Odson, Who else? Who else? I'm forgetting some, I'm sure. Alice Dallow, obviously. Oh my God, Coco. And, like, there's so many. They were so mission critical, each of those producers, because each myth was given to one of the associate producers to manage. And each one of those 4 to 7 producers was managing probably between 1 and 3 stories at any given time. There's like one that was shooting, one that was planning, one that was like in the early planning.
Apparently my mic's not working.
But giving those producers
It is now.
autonomy to produce those stories and work with Jamie and
I had to switch to my
was really
mobile
great
mic.
because they took responsibility for all the permitting and all the location management. And location management turned out to be a really critical thing for our team because we spent a lot of time
How are you
on
doing?
location.
Doing good. I just woke up.
Ah, welcome back to the world of living. Puppy dog, get down here. Quit dying. Here we go. Alright, so it's that way.
What are you playing as?
I'm playing as a gyre.
Oh.
I can just kind of walk around and kill things by walking, so I'm just kind of AFK-ing, kind of walking around and shooting things every now and then. Not my highest damage, but I'm supposed to kill things with abilities, so she's kind of nice to listen to. Worked on a couple builds today. She's nice to listen to because she's dubstep. Lightning strikes every now and then. So it's just you hear a thump, thump, thump. It's just deep sound goes off. Gotten 420 of the kills I needed with abilities. It just kind of happens automatically as you walk around. If an enemy touches her circle or takes a crit, it electrocutes everything in the area. So you can activate crits just by hitting somebody with something that does critical, and then it electrocutes everything. So my gun does crits. And then if they hit my circle, it activates, or I can use one of my abilities and it activates. So it's just like pretty straightforward. You just go around and everything kind of dies. I'm thinking about putting the new guy's ability on her because it's pretty cheap and it does a lot of damage. And I should be able to shield gate with it. And since it's fire, it'll reduce armor halfway. And I think it'd be kind of nice for like extra nukage. And I think she'll cause it to crit. I can pull enemies together and then nuke them. I think it'll be a nice combo. Like do a 2-1 4-2-1 is kind of going around and kill everything. With her 3 and her 4 running. Let's see about that. Upgrade. I'm gonna take this one over. These are basically the same except for energy. Yeah, I'm just gonna duplicate this one to the end. Override. Make this one heat. Edit. Let's just call this heat. And this one had that on it. We're just going to go put. Good, auger reach is on. This might be my new build. What's the new guy's name? Heat. Nope. Thermal Sunder is there. Oh, why can't I remember names? New guy. Should be recent. Recently got it. Do you remember the new person's name? The rock star?
Mm-mm.
Flare. Not in the list there. Is he still being fed to the wall? I thought I had his ability off already. I don't see him up on the wall. What is his name? Maybe I got the name wrong. Swap. Temple! It's Temple. Jeez, how many names are they going to give this person? Temple is the band that he's from. He's Flare from Temple. But the thing is, he's not just Flare. He's also Lizzie. So that's the reason why it's not just Flare. I understand. I get it. It's more than one person. Okay. And I'm low on resources. I mean, the thing's hungry, eating a lot. Okay, that's pretty good. Feed it. Okay. I didn't actually put the ability on. No! Temple. Pyrotechnics. Infuse over Art Sphere. Yeah. Firm. The heat build. I don't think I'll have as much of an issue staying alive. So... Definitely as a glass cannon. What shards do you have on? Energy max, energy max. Hmm. I think I can make this better. Blessing gives me more health. Guess it's fine. It's fine. I'll just leave it alone. Okay.
I'd love to paint a mural of you out there on the street.
None of the guys showed up for that last one. That means I have a 75% chance that they will for this next one. Bastards. Did you want to play or do anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna play Warframe anyway. So.
I'm going to murder guys. Do. Test this new build out.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it.
I like how her skirt flaps open. Motorcycle, that's funny.
Is home to a Scaldra high security cache. If Furbon charges,
That gives me about a minute. That's plenty enough time.
quick. They're rigged to self-destruct.
Her weak spot is she's got to get a bunch of kills in the beginning. If she doesn't, she's held back. What are you guys on the other side of this building?
You don't crack that cache soon, it's gonna deadlock permanently. Clock's ticking. Look for Furbon charges.
Oh, where are all the enemies at?
Shall I write it on your hand?
Scaldra Command is gonna be pissed when we find out what happened to their purge squad. Keep going.
Stormfall, do your thing. Make it brutal. Or don't bother.
Oh, that's 500 enemies killed.
That's the last of them. Time to continue.
All in all, not bad.
Select destination.
25% status damage and electricity to chance to all weapons. That ain't bad. More crit chance. Forma blueprint. Sure. We go check. I'm gonna make it Informa. Yes, build a Forma. How was your week? I don't think I asked that. Do anything fun?
Last week?
Yeah, the past week.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
I'm gonna be off for like a month.
That's nice.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Now the regular microphone's working. So I took the next 2 weeks off.
Mm-hmm.
And Rainey comes home today and she's like, when's your time off? She's like, I think I screwed up. Like, why? What happened? It's like, well, I was at work today and a doctor's office called and they're like, yeah, we can work you in for surgery on your knee. And she's like, sure. When? Okay, cool, great. When's the next appointment to have? It's like, oh, it's Thursday, the 10th. And she's like, sure. I want to get this taken care of as soon as possible. She's like, so when are you off till? I'm like, Thursday the 10th. She's like, crap. Because she's going to be on bed rest, you know, as soon as she has her knee surgery, and it's that's the last day of my vacation. So I'm like, hey, boss, you know how I just got approved for vacation, and you like did all this work to like get people to cover me for my vacation? I kind of need to take another week off. Like, I don't know if the people that are covering me wants to, like, not cover me for the vacation and I'll just work in the middle of the vacation and then they'll cover me after the vacation, or if I'm just going to take a month off. 3 weeks. Because for them, okay, most of them want to cover my vacation because they'll be like, money, money, money. Money. Because, you know, they'll get paid time and a half for overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they could be feeling burnt out. And then they're like, I don't care how much money you offer me. You could go to hell. You know, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But most people are like, show me the money. So they're like, yeah, I'll just work straight for a month without having any days off, kind of thing. You know? Which is effectively what they're doing. Because they're working their shifts and then they're working on their days off. That's why I'm like, that's why I told her, I was like, look, if they're feeling, you know, wore out, then we can just swap the last half of this vacation for the following weekend or for the next week. I'm okay with that. Be off a week, come back, work a week, be off a week. I'm okay with that. Doesn't have to be 2 weeks off in a row. So she's going to put out an email tomorrow and be like, hey, due to extenuating circumstances, things may have changed. I'm like, I can also take a month off. Either way is fine. If they want it, they can have it. If they don't feel up to it, it's their choice. They can decide. I'm flexible. To some degree. So how's your girl?
She's good. She probably gonna be very tired this week.
Been riding her too much like a pony?
But this week we have
good job.
Every school or stuff like that has a week in the year. They set it whenever they feel like it. Like each school is different. Where basically it's in Romanian we call it the different week.
The different week? That's literally what it's called.
Yeah.
Eh.
Where they basically do extracurricular activities and go on trips, and that's all they do the whole week. Or they do stuff at school that isn't necessarily related to school. Just, fun stuff. My girlfriend teased me about it because she saw that I get easily upset.
Try not to do that.
So we have the Gendarmerie, which is basically like something in between, normal cops and SWAT teams. Like they're better trained. Usually, most of them are like tall and like bigger. And,
Interesting. Are they the ones that come in your house with the black hoods?
Yeah.
Oh god. Sorry. Oof. I mean, I heard stories from, Franza. That's one of the reasons why she left. I thought all that stopped.
I mean, they don't come. No. They're not.
Not anymore, right?
But they.
Not
if you are
officially.
a bad person, and if you've been doing a lot of shit, they're the ones that are gonna come in to get you.
Okay.
They're like the help of police. They help police do like more dangerous stuff. Like breaking into houses with the ram or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
To get a suspect. Or like stuff like that. They're called when there's like big fights or I don't know, stuff like that.
The Brute Squad.
Yeah, basically.
Sorry, I can't hear that without hearing the Princess Bride in my head. You know what I'm talking about? It's great. Great older movie. Had a Andre the Giant, which was like a 8-foot wrestler. That's the reason why it's called the Giant. And
I know him.
yeah, he was in the movie, and he was on the Brute Squad, which was the King's, big brute guards that, part of the police. And an individual is like, so Andre is interrogating someone, and the guy is like, leave me alone or I'll call the Brute Squad. And Andre is like, I'm on the Brute Squad. And the guy looks at him and goes, you are the Brute Squad. Because he's so massive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great back and forth scene. Like, leave me alone, I'll call the Brute Squad. I'm on the Brute Squad. You are the Brute Squad. Okay.
And she was teasing me because she was saying it's really interesting to go because they're gonna go with the children at their station, and they're gonna like show them different like training techniques and like different procedures for like different scenarios that they do.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "Ooh, was it pretty interesting the last time we went?" But yeah, mm-hmm. It was interesting, huh? You saw them training and shit, huh? Mm-hmm. And she doubled down. She was like, "Yeah, they're like really muscly and stuff." Like, oh, fuck you then. Yeah, she's gonna be pretty tired this week because having to leave the school to go on trips, she has to be like very, very careful. Like, it's gonna be stressful for her. Because the children that she's teaching are pretty small. They're not like middle school or high school. They're like preschoolers.
System continues to fall into chaos. Check navigation for active invasions.
Oh yeah, this weekend I'm gonna be meeting her parents.
Ah,
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'll get along okay with her mom. I don't know about her stepdad. From what she told me, she was like basically a farmer guy that likes to drink often. I don't know if I'll get along with him. I'll try my best, but
How the hell do I have so much shield? I don't know. That ought to work. Oh, that's the whole season. Well. I messed with somebody's head earlier. They don't know I'm messing with it, but
How so?
that's the other. I think it's the wrong way. Maybe not. That's the right way. I played with some people earlier today. They were asking about a build for Korra. They kind of went over possible build. Sounds interesting. I tried it out. It's okay, but my build's better. Kills faster. I can see where that build would be useful on low-level enemies, but like I want to kill high-level enemies, and my build will kill the low-level enemies anyway. So, you know, it'll kill them too. Was less important to me. But the way that I mess with their head is I have a stat stick in the version of the game where you're not supposed to have stat sticks. Or the whole point is to get rid of stat sticks. And I'm like, so what stat stick are you using on? So I asked them, what stat stick are you using on that person? And they're going to be like, you can't run a stat stick. I'm like, well, actually. You can. I've got one that's pretty useful. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more testing, but it should work. We will see. There's a particular mod that affects your abilities, all of them. So it's not you put it on your weapon, but it affects not just like the weapon that would affect it affects all of your abilities. So like you can equip it on Volt, and it affects his electricity. So you can equip the weapon on him, and it affects all of his abilities too. There's not anything specifically about that. So I highly doubt that they. Let me go test Volt. Could just equip it on her. See, I do have to stop my dog from killing everything, so let's go with none. Let's test this. I can double check and make sure. Instead of making an ass out of you and me. Let's see how this works. Don't want to use the fire. I mean, the fire will work, but it'll also burn the bodies up, so... Sure. Let's cut the levels down. 60. Oh yeah. It's working. All these people are getting chopped up into little bits. It's weird that the Scaldra can't be chopped up. Interesting. Body parts everywhere. Poor dude is getting dissected. Explosion of body parts. Legs all over the ground. Arms everywhere. Yep. It still works. It's great. If Hayden's on. He's got a green dot. So now's the question. Is his guitar better at 30, or is Ember's fireball better? Hmm. I really don't like the graphics on the fire. It's so bright. Or pillage, arrows, pyrotechnics. Damage is 1,000. Okay. Ember. Fire blast. Significantly more. Significantly more expensive. Less damage. So, in comparison, this one reduces their armor. It costs a lot more. I think it should be fine. But Temple is way cheaper. Wow. I guess that's gonna work.
And when you leave the door with a camera crew, you might not realize this. It's super expensive, for real. It's stupid expensive to film on the street in any kind of normal way. So if you're like a commercial team and you're taking a cameraman and a soundo and a couple of crew members out onto the street with permits, honestly, it very quickly ends up being thousands of dollars a day to film. And those costs add up. And it also can take real time to permit a space. But when you have producers that have excellent relationships with each location they've ever filmed at, because we always left them better than we found them, that meant that we could turn on a dime. And that was really specifically in the laps of the producers to manage those location relationships. But on average, yeah, it was a team, like I said, between 20 and 25 people. Phil Carter says, what was the best filming location? Alameda Runway. Alameda Runway. Across the bay is Alameda Island, a beautiful little jewel in the San Francisco Bay. And on the north side of Alameda Island, in the main shipping lane for Oakland, California, where the container ships drop their stuff, there is a runway. It's 1.5 miles long, and it's where they shot all the driving stunts from the second Matrix film. And it is one of the most beautiful places to stand in the Bay Area. Full stop. San Francisco, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, sits there like Oz in the distance. When the sun is setting, it can be transcended. Thank you guys so much for watching, and
Sorted's professionally trained chef Kush is known for his incredible ability to create mind-blowing dishes from anything. So today, Mike and I are putting him up to a massive challenge. First, we need to choose a dish.
It can't be anything Southeast Asian. He loves it, he cooks it.
Which Kush must make using only ingredients from a restrictive location of our choice near our studio.
Where can we send him that has the most restriction when it comes to ingredients?
Petrol station. He's gonna hate us.
He asked for this. Okay, should we go in? Do you reckon you could make amazing tacos using only gas station ingredients?
I don't want to.
After a quick trip to the closest gas station, the selection process was complete, and it was time to get Kush's hand-picked ingredients into the kitchen.
Well, there you go, Spaff. Thanks. Come on.
I've got no idea how you're going to turn this into Mexican tacos.
All right, Jake.
Yeah.
We need tortillas.
Tortillas?
Yeah. Some form of carne, meat.
Yep.
Yeah. A salsa.
Yep.
A crema, creamy.
Yeah.
And herbs. There were no herbs at the shop, so can I have one thing from the fridge?
We can have a herb.
Cool. Herb from the fridge.
But that's it. That's
Right.
all you're getting.
So I got pepperonis, corned beef, and pork scratchings. So that's going to be our filling. And we're going to season it with peri-peri rub, because that's Portuguese, and that's next to Spain, and they speak Spanish in Mexico. We have Bisto gravy granules, which we know is just stock powder that thickens, so that can go in it. We've got HP sauce to give it moist. Then we need to make the tortilla wraps.
Yeah, they had no tortillas.
No. And traditionally they're flour or maize. So I bought flour.
Yep.
And I bought a maize bacon flavoured snack that's been deep fried.
Is that going to work?
I don't know. First things first, you open all these packets and
I
make
was about to
powder.
find out.
Then add flour and water and make a dough.
So you think that's enough?
Yeah, and now add flour to it. I would like something really fresh and zingy, some fresh tomatoes, some garlic, more herbs, some like dried chilies to make a nice salsa, something smoky and roasty to go with our dark flavoured meats. So we're going to cheat that with some fruit juice and some booze and some cider and some orange. A bit more flour to dry it out, pulse that through it.
Yep.
And then add a bit more water. Almost, it'll look like pasta. It'll look like pasta dough, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, our reductions are nearly done. Wow. All right, look at that. It's almost like a fruit syrup. It's bad.
Yep, don't let those burn.
We've literally made caramel. Right, thin. It's delicate, isn't it?
Really delicate. It's, yeah, there.
Some salt. I've got my onions, my corn, and a bit of oil in my wok. I'm going to go outside and cook it. Jay, smell that.
Oh, that's smoky.
Yeah.
Really smoky.
Really smoky. And it's just softened the onion enough to take that raw edge off. Bit of fresh orange, some peri-peri seasoning, and we've got a very chunky salsa.
Oh, that's so smoky.
Well, I love a roasted tomato salsa. So like hard jalapenos, onions, some hotter chilies, loads of tomatoes. Char the hell out of it in the oven, and then blend it down, loads of coriander in there to make a lovely roasted salsa. Don't have any of that. We just have the time. So, what? Get it outside. Get it?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. And then blow. And you can do that at home if you're doing outside. Or I do it in the kitchen under the tractor hood and it goes straight out, but this one doesn't go outside. Yeah, you put that there. If you get them to that stage,
yep,
I'll take them for you. Okay. Pinch it together like a pizza dough. How confident are you, Jay, with your tortillas?
Oh, they're my tortillas now, aren't they? I am incredibly unconfident about these tortillas.
Is there falling apart?
Yeah.
We're adding more flour and water because it's a bit too brittle. Oh, that's a stiff dough. The machine's like
It is a stiff dough.
That's a good thing though.
Yeah.
Stiff and sticky. Oh yeah. Feel that. That's like pasta.
That's a dough. Look at
That's
that.
dough.
Right.
Just needs more flour, but it still has all the essence of authentic frazzles or fried bacon masons.
Make it work.
Make it work. No, you do that. I'm confident now. And then pan fry them behind you.
Okay.
Either dry or with oil. You don't want them brittle. Just need to cook the raw flour out of it.
Yeah.
And then store them in a traditional, like a tortilla box.
A tortilla box?
Yeah,
Okay.
like a warmer.
Is this going how you'd hoped?
The salsa tastes good. I've just realised that these have so many layers of wrapping.
It's going to take half an hour to unwrap them all.
Pepperoni into our red wine reduction with some HP sauce.
Other brands of brown sauce are available, but they're not as good.
Oh, that day, we're gonna
Flippin' egg.
we're gonna cook down and then season up once it's in a homogeneous mass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So obviously there's a whole range of different tacos that you can get.
Yes.
What style of tacos do you think this is going to be replicated?
All of them together. I'm gonna break apart the corned beef so it has time to cook down, so you get a nice evenness. It literally looks like a dog's dinner.
It really does.
It does, doesn't it? I've made a little tremor.
Lovely.
Boiled eggs, preferably 3-4 days old from the gas station. Salt, water, oil, finish it with coriander and some orange juice. Little tremor. You were saying that word.
Yeah. You keep saying the word crema.
Yep.
It will
Something
definitely not make the comments angry.
I've just realised we can make a different sauce.
Okay.
So we'll turn that into a peri-peri fruity ketchup. So reduce down a mango and passion fruit smoothie that's also got some banana in it. It looks like a thick ketchup. Added some fresh orange juice and then some peri-peri seasoning to it, and that'll be like a spicy ketchup. Just take out the pan there and put a lid on it. It'll steam. It'll carry on cooking with a bit of steam. How are the tacos spaffered? I love the silence. How are the tacos spaffered?
Tacos are steaming.
Right.
Over here.
Nice.
they've got a lovely colour on them.
They do.
Look great. They look more like mini naan breads than they do tortillas, but I think it will work. Taking the meat off the hob, I think it's probably done. It's already cooked anyway.
Yep.
Cheers. We haven't tenderised the pepperami.
No.
No. But the pepperami has added flavour to the corned beef.
That's what we wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
We ready to construct?
Well, we need to finely grate some baby bells so it looks like queso fresco.
Yep.
And we'll just top it with smashed up pork scratchings.
Yeah, yeah.
So if I give you that, you crush that into a powder, and then you grate that into a bowl. You're making a little assembly station.
Lovely.
Like a taqueria.
Taqueria.
I'm just going to chop up the coriander, the one thing I've got from the fridge. Then we'll put that over everything.
Do you think Mike's going to go for this?
I think Mike won't understand what we've done.
I don't understand what we've done, and I've been here.
We've made bacon-flavoured tortillas from scratch. We've made a mixed meat carne blend.
Mixed meat blend. Lovely.
Mixed meat blend. Done a smoked onion and sweet corn salsa. Oh, we've got a lot. All of this has to go on one taco.
Let's get constructing.
I think if we served it on a tray, on lots of ruffled paper.
Authentic.
I don't know, but
Mexican.
Okay.
I reckon let's do ketchup on the bottom.
Ketchup on the bottom, right? Next spath.
Meat.
Thanks. Salsa?
Salsa.
Wow, this smells so smoky.
Yeah, it does.
Next.
Crema, cheese, scratchings, coriander.
What's that red wine drink cocktail from Mexico called? Is there one? Is there a Spanish cocktail with red wine?
Yeah, sangria.
Do you want to go get me a wine glass? Moisten the rim.
Yep.
What's that? Spicy Mexican sangria.
It's like a red wine michelada.
Is that it?
It is now. Mate, great job. They look like tacos. Yeah. Whether or not they taste like tacos, we'll find out. Let's get them into the sexies. Bring Mike in to taste them.
Can I come in yet?
Yeah.
Oh. Come in.
Mate.
Taqueria.
Okay.
Texco.
Wow, it looks like you did it. Shall we go?
We can go. I want you to go first, though.
It tastes like what I would say is a taco, but I would say it's absolutely stunningly delicious as well. Like the corn, the proper corn taste.
Yeah.
Comes through. The charred corn.
Oh, you mean the corn in the dough? Or the corn?
Yeah, I guess in the tortilla.
Yeah.
Taco shell.
The masa harina.
What is it, like beef? No, pork. It's a chorizo. Is that pepper? Have you put pepperami through it? Well,
you can really taste the bacon frazzles, can't you?
No.
The spaff made the tortillas by blending together bacon frazzles, which is a maize snack that's already fried.
Corn maize. Corn tacos.
With some self-making flour, that's all they had, and water. Two or three attempts at the dough, right? And then we got these.
Are you happy with the result? You must be back. Where's all the smokiness coming from?
Made a charred onion and corn salsa. Boil it all up, put it in a sieve, walk outside and blowtorch it from underneath and on top.
Do you know, the thing that I am now thinking is we didn't make it hard enough.
I know.
And I thought we made it impossible.
He was angry when we got back from the shop. He was angry, but when you see his brains working, it's unbelievable.
I don't even know or want to know what the meat is.
I mean, it looked like dog food.
But it tastes incredible.
Corned beef, pepperamis, the spicy ones.
No.
You don't want to know? Gravy granules, chow mein sauce, brown sauce, reduced down red wine.
Well, this is mad. Like, I'm genuinely so impressed. I think the most staggering thing about it is you can't taste any element that thinks it even went near a gas station.
No, it's the ultra processed food of basically everything that we've got.
All the MSG, everything I expect to taste, I can't. It's like every element has been designed specifically. Well done. Like, no one wants to hear my thoughts, other than it's actually staggering that you've done that.
Cocktail, pair with it.
Is this tahini?
No, it's a peri-peri seasoning sachet.
Oh gosh.
Want to have a sip?
It's nice.
It's like a sangria, no?
Yeah, it's got winey, fruity vibes.
Gas station sangria.
It's an actual sangria from a gas station.
We made it from scratch. It's got a passion fruit and mango base, fresh orange.
Spaff slider.
You've heard my thoughts. But over to you. You've watched the entire journey. Rate him in the comments 1 star to 5 star based on how he overcame what we thought was a pretty impossible obstacle. And give the video a like. I think he deserves it. Awesome.
Okay, all the pictures are done. Oh no, incoming debuff. Ooh, whatever will I do? I can't think of any new pictures. I don't think I brought my dog with me this time. Oh well. It's fine.
I don't get why people are so mean. Like, what's the point?
Take your things, man.
Slow clap. They are done. Moving on.
I don't know. Maybe I brought my dog. Maybe it's level rank 0. I don't know.
Ship's cat. Good luck. But then I thought, what if there's a breach and it gets sucked out? I'm sure to...
Did they do any damage to me? Nope. Here's Pseudolon. I thought I brought him. Okay. New message. Yay. I'm gonna get another weapon.
I used to love the old myths about mortals and gods and
Fast travel. Eleanor.
do go on when you speak. So, your idea of a good time?
I already got that. Ethicist. Okay, fine.
Ta-ta, little one. Later, lover.
Okay, so I have to level in form of this thing a bunch.
I could have lots of little babies. I'd probably. No, you wouldn't want to come home to that.
It'd be better if it was just electric. Does this one need to level up anymore? I don't think so. Hmm. 4 hours, eh? Okay. And turn that one off.